Check, check, check. What's going on, guys? Apparently, there's been some escalations in Kiev. I'm trying to get up to date on that. I was in the middle of working on the house, and I'm just getting all kinds of notifications. So, making sure I've got everything set up so we can get into this and we can kind of figure out what's going on together. What's going on? YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Got back from Hobby Lobby with the girlfriend. Mary and I were trying to get stuff for the house. As you can see in the background, I'm trying to string some lights around the top here. So bear with me. Apparently, there's been some other stuff happening. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. If you have links, please share them. Trying to make people aware of what's going on. So I'm sorry. I've just got a million different fucking things going on. I'm trying to make sure I stay up to par on this, man. Dude, Elizabeth, yeah, we got a lot of stuff at Best Buy for the house and stuff like that. So I'm looking at images right now of what's going on in Kiev. Apparently, there have been another night of bombardment. There's been explosions. There's been small arms fire. So this is also coming in. Old Depot on fire. World Depot on fire. Let's get a look at this here. As you can see, something's been hit. So again, I'm sorry I have not been present in all of this, but I've just been trying to get my house in order. I've just been going nonstop for the last 4 fucking days of trying to cover this and get to the bottom of these things. So again, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have a drink. No, this is not live footage. This is from a blast from the UK Ministry of Defense on Ukraine. Let's get a look at this. This is coming from a tweet from Ministry of Defense HQ from Britain. Intelligence update: Russian forces are not making the progress they had planned. They are suffering from logistical challenges and strong Ukrainian resistance. Russian forces are sustaining casualties, and a number of Russian troops have been taken prisoner by Ukrainian forces. The Russian government has reported restricting access to a number of social media platforms in a probable attempt to conceal details. This is actually confirmed true. It's coming out that Russia is preventing its own citizens from having access to Twitter and things such as that. Also, it came to find out that the Snake Island, where the 13 were supposedly killed after they said, "Brother Russia or Russian warship, go fuck yourself," was false. They were instead captured. They were not killed. There are more stuff coming out about that. Trying to keep you guys informed. So we have this here. We've got a bunch of different articles that are coming out right now. But again, it is nighttime over there right now, and apparently they're trying to push into Ukraine again. Or Kiev, excuse me, Kiev, not Ukraine, Kiev, pardon me. Sorry for the mispronouncement there. You can see in my background, I'm still not done setting up this room.
Okay, without physically fighting within the boundaries of Ukraine, I mean, how can the U.S. and NATO successfully stop Putin and end this war, this invasion, immediately?
Right. Logistics is one path, but the biggest path, Arthel, is to take the action here at home. Drill, pump, flow energy all over the world. Even saying you're going to do that will drop that oil price down.
Yep.
And if we can get that oil price down below 75 a barrel, Russia's now losing money.
Yep.
And they're losing a lot more.
Yep.
And then
that's the part. This is the part of this whole ordeal that I've been wondering about. It's like, if we can combat the prices of oil, Russia becomes crippled when it comes to America. Germany's sending 1,000. Broke down and downloaded Twitch. Welcome, Jake Allen. Glad you're over here on Twitch, man. It's not that bad, right? It's not bad.
Let's help them close it. There are many things we can do to take Russia out of the world system for a little while. Putin's already got problems at home amongst his inner circle. He's got a cyber attack on the Kremlin right now, as sources told me. and he's got lots of people around him that are wondering what Russia's doing in the world right now. We right now have him in a pretty good state to go after him.
But, Will, can you send me that, please?
In direct ways that will be very effective.
General Holt,
John Pierre asked a very good question. He's like, thanks for the $5 dono on YouTube, by the way. He says, as an infantryman, what do you think of the cavalier attitude of people wanting to go to war with Russia? I think those are the people that don't really know what they're talking about. Look, I don't think Ukraine is as innocent as people are thinking, but I also don't think Russia is as good and pure as people are thinking. I think there's a gray area here that I personally have not gotten into the middle of. I'm seeing multiple reports of that the Ukrainians are kind of guilty of some shit. I don't know. But regardless of what I think, I do not think that America should be getting involved. Absolutely not. This is not something that we should be sending U.S. troops to do, and specifically to Ukraine. Now, if Putin does push, if he continues to push past Ukraine, because again, Ukraine is not a NATO allied country, essentially America does have an obligation via the treaties we've signed and involvement in NATO to go and provide forces. What apparently Biden has done, they were saying that there was about 7,000 soldiers deployed to Germany to help possibly defend NATO place points, NATO borders. That's where I stand on that. I do not want American involvement. I do not want our men and women going over there and dealing with this bullshit. It is not our fight. Regardless if I think this is right or wrong, when it comes to American involvement, I am firmly against it. No, I do not believe this is America's fight. And I understand that it sucks seeing this happen, but this is war. This is war. Sean Penn has said we lose what makes America if we go to Ukraine. Sean Penn's not going to be doing the fighting. Like, Sean Penn is not going to be pulling a trigger. Sean Penn's filming a documentary. He thinks he's untouchable. Sean Penn will not die. He will not bleed. He will feel no pain. He won't go hungry. He won't be cold. He won't sleep on the ground. Sean Penn doesn't know dick all about what he's talking about. This is what makes America America. So and I'm not trying to go after you here, but please, I cannot seem to get an explanation from anybody that would agree with that type of mentality. Then what stops us from going into China with the genocide that is committed over there, Tibet, other places around the world? Have we not learned? I mean, why didn't we go into why didn't we go push into Cuba? Why didn't we do that when Cuban citizens were being fucking slaughtered, when they were, in Colombia during COVID, all these other times when people were literally being assaulted using weaponry and citizens were being murdered, Venezuela. Like, this type of mentality, it's kind of like you cherry pick which things you want to get involved with. No, absolutely not. Because at the same token, if that's the approach you want to take, then America is going to be losing a lot of motherfuckers to these foreign interest wars. No, it is up to those countries to stand and defend themselves. So I fail to understand, or I fail to grasp, why they are so pro getting involved in this. And you know why they're pro in getting in this? It's because it's getting more press than anything before. And it's essentially a bunch of celebrities wanting to sit there and grandstand and showcase just how wonderful they are, saying, this is America. How can you sit there and say, this is wrong, and then you turn around and you were perfectly fine with the government shutting down businesses? Our government is so fucking corrupt. We have a border issue. We have a southern border issue. How can we sit there? Like, this makes no sense to me. I do not understand. How can you sit there and preach? And I'm not talking about the guy who made the comment, so please don't take it. I'm talking about Sean Penn and what he said. How can you sit there? How can you sit there and preach this bullshit of American involvement when we've got so many fucking issues on our southern border in America? We've got elections that both sides don't feel are just, that there is clearly election tampering going on. We have so many different things that are just involved in America right now that we need to get this shit straight. Like, America is not doing good right now. People don't understand. We have a very weak administration. We have corruption to the highest fucking level. And that's not just in fucking Democrats. You can focus on more than one thing, but at the same token, I'm not willing to sit there and say send American boys and girls over to die for these countries. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because here's the other thing. A lot of you people sitting here saying that we can focus on two things that we should get involved. Why aren't you fucking hopping on the first thing, smoking, and going over there? Because you know you can. You do know that you can buy flights to Europe and go push in and do it. They're literally calling for you to go do it. The president said, if you want to come defend us, come on, we'll take you. So why aren't you going? How quick so many of you are to sit there from these fucking chairs and the comfort of your own goddamn home and say, we should get involved. Well, who's we, motherfucker? Who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket? Go fucking fight. Because you are so willing to put somebody else's life on the line for your convictions. If you feel so convicted about that, then go fucking pick up a rifle and do it. If you don't, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I am so goddamn tired of hearing this. And you fucking warhawks, you neocons, Christ almighty, bring our boys home. Bring them home from Iraq and Afghanistan. We get them home, and now you want to send them back. Please explain to me the fucking common sense in that, because it doesn't make sense to me. You people have such empathetic viewpoints, which I understand and I get, and it's a good thing to have, that you feel sorry for people, because nobody wants to see war. None of us do. Even myself, I don't want to see that. But that empathy gets cut the fuck off when you say, okay, well, we're going. No, the fuck we're not. No, the fuck we're not. That's not our fucking beef. That's not our fucking war. Christ almighty. So no. There are things that we've got to deal with here in America. And now Biden, we read the article yesterday live on the chat saying that Biden is trying to recruit Border Patrol people voluntarily to go help get American citizens out of there. No, man, I'm sorry. I am tired of American interests being neglected because it's always something going on in the world elsewhere. It's like, dude, we've got shit right here. We've got shit right here that we haven't dealt with. Dude, you know that if you go down to the border to try and prevent illegals from crossing, you'll get arrested? But that border's wide the fuck open, baby. Wide the fuck open. We care more about the Ukrainian border being invaded by Russians. We're getting invaded from fucking sex trafficking, drug trafficking, gun running, gangs. Are you fucking kidding me? This is why Trump's policies on American First were right. They were correct.
Welcome to the savages.
Here's the other thing. Like, if you really feel that strongly, go. Nothing is stopping you. They're giving away weapons over there. You fucking armchair quarterbacks, you've got a runway to fucking go fight. You can hop the first thing smoking over there and get over to Ukraine. They will give you a fucking gun. The same president that imprisoned his political, keep this in mind. The same president that the press is trying to get us to think is so noble and wonderful about how honorable he is in doing this and fighting, which again, that's cool. This guy has fucking went after and put sanctions on media from reporting against his administration. That's the very definition of fascism. He's the same guy that put in prison his political opponent. You want to go fight for this guy? Have at it. Absolutely not. If I was a mercenary, if I was a merc, if I was a contractor, and you wanted me to go fight for this, it's like, you better be paying me some good money. But based upon this guy's principles, fuck no. That's not about leadership. That's not about democracy. And again, I also learned that it was a coup d'etat. Keep that in mind. But regardless of the semantics of Russia versus Ukraine, pull that aside. This is not our fight. America's been at war for 20 years. $7 trillion dumped into the Middle East. We couldn't even fix that. Our government is that fucked up. We couldn't fix that because you handcuffed the military. We pandered so much to the outcries on social media about people that don't know the first thing about fucking fighting a war. Absolutely not. Not my pig, not my farm. I know that's fucking a horrible sounding way. But I'm just sitting there saying, if I was the president, I'd be like, no, I am not. The same with Vietnam. I will not send American boys and girls to go to fight a war that Vietnamese boys and girls can fight. Christ almighty. Yeah, 100% Quiet Castle on YouTube. Same with Vietnam, 100%. You're reading my mind, brother. Absolutely not. I don't want any involvement in this. And the biggest thing that's going to impact us realistically on America is the price of gas and some other things. And like this guy said in this clip, let's start drilling at home, open up the pipelines, let's get us weaned off of foreign oil, foreign energy like Trump had actually done, and then we're good. Let them do what they got to do, and we move on. We support NATO as much as we can, and that's about all. I don't agree with this. But I am interested in learning more about USSR, post-91, Ukraine, because for me, this is all learning. Like, I love seeing this. This is learning. But when people are saying, where do I stand? I don't stand on either side. When people put these polls up, which side are you on? Stand with Ukraine, stand with... Neither. This ain't my fight, bro. This ain't my fight. America needs to get strong again. This is not my fight. So again, if you have people, and that you just take this for what you want, ladies and gentlemen, if you really are that dedicated to keeping Ukraine free, as it were, which, by the way, their citizens were not even allowed to carry arms until they're about to lose their shit. Now they're armed. So you don't have a Second Amendment over there. You do, again, when you have these people that say this shit to you, remind them. It's cheap to go over there right now. You can catch a flight real easy, and you'll get a gun once you hit the ground. If you are that adamant, go fight. Well, I just think we should send the military. Oh, so you want other people to do your fighting for you. So you don't want to fight. Well, no, I just think it's ridiculous. Martin Hanley says I'm a gutless coward with a podcast. Dude, I did 4.5 years of fighting from fucking Fallujah to Al-Najaf to fucking Korengal. Suck my fucking left nut. Gutless coward, dude. You come say that to my face and you find it. Where are you at? Where are you? Actually, you know what? I'm not going to engage with you. You want to find out how gutless I am? You come find me in the Shell Shock store in Richardson, Texas. I'm there every fucking day. Gutless? I'll show you gutless. You fucking little pussy. Like, Jesus Christ. You sit here and say gutless coward the podcast. You say this? Where are you at? No. You know what? Let's look at this real quick. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this real quick. Where's he at? Where are you at? Gutless coward. Martin Hanley. Martin Hanley. Let's look you up, bro. Are you over there right now? Are you over there? Let's pull you up. Buy me a ticket. You buy your own goddamn ticket. You want to go fucking borrow money. Go borrow money. I guarantee if you wanted to get the new iPhone, you'd find a way to get that money, wouldn't you? You little bitch. You little bitch. What a fucking idiot. Gutless coward. Jesus Christ. Triggered too funny. Martin Hanley, where are you at, bro? Answer my questions. Triggered. You sit there, you call me a fucking coward, and then you just, you're triggered too funny. Where are you at? Let's pull you up, dude. Let's go look at you. Let's go see where you're at, dude. Are you fucking over there fighting right now? Or are you armchair quarterbacking? Because you gutless coward. Why are you not fighting? I'm genuinely curious. Why are you not fighting? If you are so adamant about that. Where are you at, dude? Where are you at? Come on, bro. Let's do this. Let's do this. Where are you at, bro? You fucking little bitch. What a little bitch. He's 9,000 years old. I can't even look at his profile right now. I'm trying to pull it up. I'm going to make an example of this motherfucker. Christ almighty. I bet you're not even a fucking veteran. I bet you've never even fought. You know what? Let's do this. You want to fucking do this, bro? We'll do this. I'll go down this road with you. Hold on. Here. Let's do this real quick. Stand by, guys. Stand by. Where is he at? All right, broski. We are doing live. Where are you at? If somebody can send me a link in the comments, this guy's personal profile, let's put him on blast. Let's see where he's at. Somebody put a link to his personal Facebook profile. Let's see where he's at. Let's see how fucking... I don't want to dox him. I just want to see if he's over there right now. That's all I want to see. He's in the Facebook chat. No, don't dox him. I'm not calling for it. I just want to see if he's actually over there. Martin Hanley. Here he is. Let's pull you... Oh, Jesus Christ. You fucking boomer. Are you serious? You gotta be shitting me. This is what's calling me a gutless coward. This? Bro, you're like 1 year away from dying. What the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit.
Welcome to the Savages.
This is what's calling me a gutless coward. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Look, I can't take you seriously. I'm sorry, dude. And I'm not just trying to I got. You did 4 years? No, I did 13 years, dude. I did 4.5 in combat. It was probably a hell of a lot more than you ever did. Don't even fucking try and go at me with that. Right? There's literally fucking documentaries with me in them, like Hornet's Nest, Taking Fire. I'm in those fucking documentaries, you dumb shits. You only get 4 years. You can literally go see me fighting in fucking Afghanistan and Iraq. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Okay, look, let's get off topic with these fucking losers. Oh my G. You gutless. You're a gutless coward. You over there fighting, bro? Oh my God. All right, fuck this nerd. Sorry, I couldn't stop it. Oh my Jesus. You gotta love that. Oh my God. Gutless coward. Coming from that douchebag. All right, let's keep these updates coming right now with what's going on in Ukraine. I'm not that guy, buddy. You can look me up, Ken C. Kim. I don't give a fuck who you are. That's crazy to me. Again, that's another point that I'm trying to make. It's these types. You're a gutless coward. Why are you not over there fighting? They won't respond to that. They will not respond to that. Well, I'm too old. No. There's 80-something-year-old Ukrainian civilians over there getting on this fight. Why are you not there? You want to sit there and call other people that, but you're not going to go fight. Where are you at? It's interesting to me. That's so fucking hilarious to me. That is so fucking hilarious to me. I love this. This dude on YouTube, turn in your CIB, you gutless coward. Why are you over there not fighting? Like, are you going to go fight? I'm very interested in learning that. If you don't care with it, why do you live stream about it? Because it's a learning point. It's a learning point. We're learning about what's going on in the world right now, how it's going to affect freaking global economics in regards to fuel, oil. People are learning stuff about this. It's waking people up to what's going on across the world.
Welcome to the Savages.
Are you really that fucking stupid? I got a lot of idiots on YouTube. There's a lot of you motherfuckers that are just downright retarded on YouTube. Like, I just don't understand who ties your fucking shoes. You think you're so goddamn smart. Like, just, oh, okay, C, my bad. My bad, C, my bad. You got to specify, bro. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was off on that. I'm sorry. Is this a pro-Trump live stream? This has nothing to do with Trump. This is what's going on right now in the Middle East. My bad, C. I apologize. I was off on that one. I thought that you were fucking talking about me. But that's where I stand. People are asking me my thoughts and opinions on this. Regardless of how you look at Russia or Ukraine, this is not our fight. We should not be involved in this. I don't believe in this. I don't believe in getting involved. I think that we should, again, provide services to NATO based upon our alliances and stuff like that. But outside of that, no, I do not think we should be sending U.S. troops. Now, here's the thing. If you do believe in it and you do want to go fight, I got no beef with you. Go fight. I'm not saying that you're a bad person for wanting to do that. If you want to do it, fucking do it. Go for it. But I don't agree with that. That's not my fight. And plus, the thing that honestly scares me that I think a lot of people are not thinking about right now, we have the trucker convoy going on, heading to D.C., and they should be getting there around March 4th or 5th, I believe. I'm very interested in seeing the tactics that President Biden is going to use against the trucker convoy that is protesting against vaccine mandates at the federal level, I believe. Because right now, with what's going on in Ukraine, I think Biden is going to be utilizing that to use some very draconian measures and authoritarian-styled mandates, if you will, to sit there and basically use a fascist method of silencing these protests. I don't know. I think that's something that we should definitely be careful of because he saw how Canada did it. He's going to watch what Ukraine's doing right now. He's going to say, being that we have this stuff going on in Ukraine, we don't have time for these protests over here. He's going to use Ukraine as a means of deflecting away from what's happening in America, which, again, we should be watching what's going on in America right now. It's very scary. It's very fucking troublesome. Mine Jamal, $5 says, thank you for talking. I'll talk about stopping Russia, but not one flying over there. Ukraine will fly you over there. Remember how Canada did that? 100%. Wait, will Ukraine fly there? You over there? Like, will they pay for it? I don't know. John, you didn't see Martin said all mouth, no balls when he's an old timer talking shit. Martin's a fucking loser. That guy's about to die anyway. So he's another boomer that just needs to die off. Let him happen. Those guys. See, here's the thing. With people like Martin, This is the classic case of old people sending young men to die for their beliefs. Old people sending young men to their deaths for his beliefs that in no way are impacting America directly. Christ. Like, fucking keep that shit to yourself, dude. You didn't fight in Iraq and Afghanistan. Like, you weren't there, man. And I'm not knocking you because you weren't there. You were clearly too old. Or maybe you weren't. 20 years ago, you probably still could have served. But you're very just quickly. You're very quick to just throw other people's lives. Say, yeah, go send these men and women to die. You don't give a shit because you're not losing anything. You're not going to lose anybody. Robert Smith says, fellow combat vet here, man. Idiots say we need to get into there and join the fight. I tell them to get a weapon, go to Ukraine to help. 20 years in the desert. Dude, I'm telling you, yeah. Robert Smith, and I agree, but here's the thing. If it was a justified war that America had no other way to get around, that we had to get involved in, I would say, yes, we do have to do something. But, bro, I can't. I can't do that for this one. I can't agree with that. So, all right, let's move on from these losers. Forget about them. Just block them. Don't concern yourself with them. I just like trolling those little idiots. But again, this was the most recent thing in from the intelligence from Ministry of Defense. If you have any updated links on what's going on over there, thank you, Jacob, on Twitch. He said, John, huge fan of yours for a while. Thank you for making quality, engaging content every day, basically. Sorry to change the subject, but was just curious a while for why weed is illegal with Delta 8 is. Dude, that's another issue in American politics that I just don't seem to understand. Like, they'll make Delta 8 illegal, but weed is legal in certain... It just doesn't make sense, man. I think that you should be able to do whatever drugs you want. I don't give a fuck. Like, here, I can drink beer. I can drink this alcohol. It can damage my liver. It can put me into an inebriated state, but I can't smoke weed? That doesn't make sense to me, so... I don't know. Texas American says, only a dummy would fight in the Middle East for our stupid fuck politicians. Never has a war been so transparently useless. Don't hold your vet status over us because we weren't dumb enough to join. No, you were a bitch. You were a bitch for not joining when you want to sit there and use it like that. Let's dissect the ignorance you just said. Only a dummy would fight in the Middle East for our stupid fuck politicians. I'll agree with that one to an extent. Never has a war been so transparently useless. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. In 2001, are you serious? Nobody knew this shit. Nobody knew the corruption of the government. We all believed in the propaganda until we woke up. So you sitting there, you're trying to armchair quarterback it with 2020 hindsight vision like you're a fucking somebody. And I will hold my vet status over your head because I was there. I did see it. I thought it was bullshit. And Jesus Christ, what a fucking idiot you are. Don't hold my vet status over you? It's status that's saying I'm speaking from experience here of what I've seen. You fucking moron. I'm just going to ban these idiots. These fucking morons. That's how they truly feel about veterans. Keep that in mind. Texan American, I'm in Dallas. Tough guy. I'm in Dallas. You say the word. You say the fucking word. You fucking idiot. How dare you even call yourself a Texan? How dare you even call yourself an American? Jesus Christ. These fucking losers. Anyway. Again, this was an update from Ministry of Defense HQ basically saying Russia has hit some snags along the way in Kyiv. Got the audio going. I'm not seeing anything as far as firefights or hearing anything. Okay, it's just trucks. We've seen some video footage from before where we saw some explosions. We heard some firearms. That was about an hour and some change ago. Like, it looked like they were hitting them again with heavy artillery. We've seen some videos where they were attacking civilian complexes. I've shared it in my Telegram chat channel. You can see it there. They literally, I think it was rocketed an apartment complex. I don't know, man. It's just, it's interesting to see that. The Texan American's been banned on YouTube. You can go fuck yourself, dude. Go play in traffic. I don't give a fuck about you. Those are the types of Americans I don't give a fuck about. You could be dying on the side of the road. Go fuck yourself. I don't care. If that's how you fucking view shit like that, dude, I don't even want to share a country with you. I'm serious about that. Like, I'm coming to the point now where I don't give a fuck about you. You might call yourself an American in name, but when it comes to your well-being, go fuck yourself. Actually, I don't mean that. God damn it. I don't mean that. I actually do care. I would probably do something to help that piece of shit, even though I fucking hate those tards. But anyway, let's stop focusing. I gotta stop focusing on these morons. But yeah, I probably would care. I'd probably be like, okay, he's an American, regardless if I like him or not. To say the same with fucking liberals, I probably would. But trying to get more updated links on what's going on. Thanks for the subs and Prime donations, guys. I'm trying to get more updates of what's happening over there. There's a lot of main page articles here they're not updating. Mass explosions near Kyiv. This is the one that I was looking at earlier. Video shows missiles of rocketing. Yeah, I shared this one in Telegram, guys. This is real. Jesus. Sorry about that. Why can't I pull this up big screen? Okay, here we go. This is what I was just talking about. This just happened over there. I'm not sure when the time frame was. I think it was in the last 24 hours. But keep this in mind. Again, apology for the sound. But watch. This is legitimately a rocket hitting this fucking, looks like an apartment complex. Yeah, residential block hit by a rocket, yeah.
That shot that you're seeing there is from a security camera that caught the moment a missile hit an apartment building there in Kyiv.
Oh shit, I'm sorry guys, let me shrink
Ukrainian
this.
Interior Ministry, active
I'm
fighting
sorry, let me
is still
back
taking
that up
place
so you
on
guys
the
can see
streets.
it. I forget that my camera gets in the way.
That shot that you're seeing there is from a security camera that caught the moment a missile hit an apartment building there in Kyiv. According to the Ukrainian Interior Ministry,
Ukrainian
active
president's
fighting
talking now.
is
Do you have a
still
link?
taking place on the streets, and an advisor to President Volodymyr Zelensky says police are working against Russian sabotage and reconnaissance groups that are inside the capital.
We're here in a residential neighborhood quite near to one of Kiev's airports, Juliana Airport. And you can see behind me, I'm just going to step out of the way so that my cameraman Scotty McWhinney can show you here the damage that has been done. Some kind of a projectile
This
hit
happened yesterday?
apartment building at about 8:15 this morning. We're hearing, you could still see smoke coming from it. There was a big...
From the international perspective, Russia literally just rocketed civilians. Big fucking no-no. Big fucking no-no. Because now, like, take for example, like what happened for us in Iraq and Afghanistan. If we would have, which we have done before, if we would use artillery strikes on civilian homes that were innocent and free from the actual war itself, they weren't involved. It's a massive propaganda victory for the enemy. They call it an IO campaign victory, to where they're going to use that to recruit more terrorists, energize their freaking troops, saying, look, this is what they're doing, fight even harder, fuck these guys. This is just one of those things that, like, Christ, dude, you don't do this. Like, you do not do this in war. You know, Putin had talked about how the Russian army has said we are only targeting military strategic targets, air bases, things such as this. This right here, dude, it's too much. Like, you don't fucking do this. So, but the other part about it is, it's like, you know, we watched the parliament debate yesterday in England saying that Putin should be held for war crimes. How are you gonna do that? Like, how are you gonna say, hey, you should come stand before? Like, Putin's not gonna listen. He doesn't give a fuck about them. So, but here is what we got again.
Fire, still smoking. There are ambulance workers on the scene, and what they're doing now is trying to take some scaffolding up there to try to prevent the 22nd and 23rd floors from collapsing. But miraculously, no one was actually killed.
I keep seeing the comments in the chat. Oh, no one was killed in that. That's awesome. So I wasted a missile. The gentleman that got ran over by the tank, we watched the video yesterday, he survived. There's actually video floating around of them pulling him out of the video or the vehicle. He did survive. So that's good.
We're hearing from Ukrainian authorities that 6 people were wounded. Frankly, it's hard to imagine how anyone survived that, but 6 people were wounded. They're being treated in various hospitals. And there's a little bit of a he said, she said going on about how this happened. Ukrainian authorities saying that this was the work of a Russian missile. And the Russians are saying that they believe, excuse me, sorry, it's very windy here and there's a lot of debris flying around. The Russians are...
There's reports that it was Russians that jumped in a Ukrainian tank to run over the car. There's so many conflicting reports. Nobody knows what's true. So at this point, it's like, just glad the dude survived. But yeah, we saw the video. It was rough, dude. It was rough because that tank literally swerved, ran his ass over, backed off, and then went on his way. The dude survived. Some people were saying it was Russians in a Ukrainian tank. I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, let's just continue on. There's an article I just got that I want to show.
That this was actually a Ukrainian missile defense system that somehow
Jeff, there's a lot of conflicting stories.
and ended up hitting this apartment building. Now, whoever was responsible and however this happened, the reality is...
I apologize for stopping this repeatedly, but I want people to see, because the one thing I'm seeing from this that I have not seen so clear in a very long time, or ever for that matter, is the intense amount of propaganda that are being pushed from all sides here. It seems like the truth. I mean, it stands to reason why they say the first casualty in war is truth. It seems like there is no truth. We saw the 13 on Snake Island. That was propaganda. It wasn't real. They were actually captured alive. They're still okay. Russian didn't execute them. There's no proof that the ghost of Kiev actually exists. They just picked a dude in a pilot's uniform in a plane, said this is him. We don't know. Like, there's no way to actually prove this. So there's just so much misinformation floating around, and I'm just like, I'm like you guys. Like, I don't know what's truth and what's not. So that's why we have a good group of community people here that are saying that's an old video. Dude, I even fell for a video that was from a fucking video game because it looks so fucking real. Like, oh no, that's actually a what'd you guys say it was? It was a flight simulator. It looked super real. So when it comes to a lot of the stuff, dude, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. So again, I've gotten it wrong a few times during these streams. People have actually stepped in to correct me, which I'm thankful for. But things like this, it's kind of like from my own experiences in the Middle East, it's like this is a very bad look. This is a very bad look for Putin. He's going to draw even more intense criticisms from around the world. It's only going to fuel Ukraine morale to fight even harder. And right now, from the reports, it's sounding like Russia is having a difficult time taking Kiev. I forget how many people are. Hold on, I'm getting a lot of information here. I'm sorry about that. Ginger Fox Place says, hey, I'm one of the Russians who don't want war. For the information, you must check Telegram channel, which name. Here's a lot of videos without any fakes. They are checking all the info before posting it. Okay. Appreciate that. Let's continue.
This is the sort of thing that does happen when you have a war playing out in a major metropolis like Kiev. This is a city of nearly 2.9 million people. And we're in a pretty central area here.
Yeah, so, by the way, again, I'm sorry for doing this. If you're wanting to share videos and things such as that, and you can't post it on social media, here is my Telegram chat channel. I'm putting it in the links here. Here's where you actually go join the channel. They're sharing videos. They're sharing pictures. They're sharing all kinds of stuff. Please read the rules. Just keep that in mind. We have a lot of information being pushed in the Telegram chat that you cannot post on social media because they'll ban you, because it's against terms of services. But there you go. There's the link. Go check it out. Appreciate the love and support, guys. All right. Where's the article? Hold on. I'll have to find it for you. I just read it earlier today. They were saying there's even video of those people leaving the ship that they got on, and they were being handled bottles of water. Like, it's, yeah. That's just what I'm reading. That could also be false from what I'm being told. Like, I just don't know.
You know, on the far...
I think the hardest part that we have to understand is not willfully believing what we genuinely want to believe. You have to take a step back and say, okay, I cannot have an emotional involvement in this. It simply has to be trying to decipher what's true and what's false based upon the information presented. And if I'm getting conflicting stories, I don't know then it's just dead. Like, I don't know what to tell you. So absolutely, Mangus. Thank you for the $10 dono, bro. I appreciate it.
Outskirts of town. You can just imagine how terrifying it was for the people who were sleeping or just waking up, having their breakfast with their families on a Saturday morning.
We'll get to questions here in a second. Let's finish this thing.
About the situation, only to find their building hit in this attack.
Okay. People are saying, what are your thoughts on the thermobaric weapons? I have no clue. People were asking me if there were all kinds of different things. Like, I just genuinely don't know about the bio sites that Russia's attacking that are U.S. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I have no idea. And the other thing is, like, dude, you can't believe Fox. You can't believe CNN. You can't believe the majority of these MSM outlets. Honestly, all you can really believe is videos and pictures that you can actually prove they're not fake. Dude, that's all I can say. Like, I just don't know.
At the Holiday Inn Resort on Panama City Beach, you can have it all.
John, what's your thoughts on concern about Ukrainian government possibly targeting its own citizens for horrific attacks to blame Russia? I don't know. It's possible. It is possible, but I just don't know. You're going to have to show me. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. You have to show it to me, so I really don't know. Let's go here. People keep telling me to go to OAN News Network, but all that's over there right now is Trump. DeSantis, Trump. Liz Harrington discussed the resignation to prosecute investigating Trump. Putin calls for Ukraine military to seize power from government. We did watch a video earlier of where President Putin was appealing to Ukrainian soldiers to essentially overthrow the government and stand down. Keep that in mind. Well, we'll save for the 100 bits, dude. SCVR, you as well. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. But that's where we stand right now. Like it's scary. Like if you really think about it, we don't know what's true and what's not. There's so much misinformation out there going down. Breaking this just in, one TIE fighter was destroyed by Russian forces. Again, this is breaking news. One TIE fighter was destroyed. They were saying this is an emergency attack out of nowhere. The Ukrainians had this, they basically fled the base, but apparently they're still going after him. So again, this is breaking news. One TIE fighter has been destroyed. From what I am seeing in these other articles I read is that there's about 4 or 5 pilots that did manage to escape. They are orbiting Earth right now, and they're standing by to come back for hostage extractions or prisoner extractions, whatever you want to call it. So again, they have lost what appears to be one TIE fighter. Unsure what type of missile they used or if it was a photon torpedo, laser, unsure at this moment. So again, that is breaking news. I believe in committing U.S. forces to take on the... Oh my God. Endotox 400 HUF. Endotox with a donation of 400 HUF. Forgive me for not knowing this. What is HUF? And thank you for the donation. I do appreciate that. Oh my God. Boba Fett is taking Putin hostage. Yeah. So we're trying to get more of what's going on here. Apologies for this. This is Fox breaking news. Let's go to CNN and Breitbart and the rest of them. OAN didn't have anything. Massive explosions near Kiev. Again, we just saw this. 2 large blasts lit up the night sky to the south of the city as Russian forces closed in on all sides. Putin killed a guy. Yeah. Huff is in Hungarian? Okay. How easy is it to capture Putin? Impossible. Why? Yeah, dude, I appreciate it. The coffee tore me up. Coffee tore me up, man. It did. So, for those that are tuning in, this is the right side. These are various live cameras around Kiev. We've got the audio going. I think the audio is from... which camera is the audio from, guys? I can't tell. Where's the symbol? Where's the logo? Boom, 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 boom. I can't tell which camera the audio is from on this. I can't tell where the audio is coming from. Hungarian Forint, HUF. Well, thank you, Agent. I appreciate that. It's all Trump's fault. I'm sure it is. Everybody keeps saying it's all Trump's fault. Breaking news, France has surrendered. Breaking news, France has surrendered unconditionally. So yeah, Trump is live. Where? Somebody send me the link of where Trump is live, please. Yeah, crypto. I agree. It's dangerous right now. We don't know who to believe. It's so easy to be fed misinformation. It's very top middle camera. That's where the things. Does somebody have a? Are you still selling tankards? Bewilched? Yep, on the Shell Shock CBD website. Is it CPAC? Like I don't even watch CPAC. I mean, I'm not sure what he's gonna say at CPAC. He'll probably have something to address here. We'll see. All right. I'm not seeing any links where Trump is where he's speaking at. I don't think he's really going to address this too much. CPAC is a load of garbage. It's the establishment. I mean, I go just to go watch and see what it's all about, to meet people and say hi and stuff, but CPAC on Rumble? Ah, shit. Can you give me a link to that, please? NBC on Twitter and YouTube has Trump. trying to see here. Mute this audio. He's done now, I think, but he did talk. Video on the right, broadcasting network. Trump link. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Rick. Senator Bill Haggerty. Bill, Tennessee. Great state of Tennessee. Thank you, Bill. And John Kennedy, he's running. It's not going to be much of an election. He's going to win so easy. John, whoa, he's popular. Where's John? Look at John. Where is John? Great. John, you're popular, John. Wow. Great student. You know, he's a great student. Comes from an incredible state. The other senator's not so good in that state, I must be honest. But John Kennedy is fantastic. Went to Oxford. Do you know that? He went to Oxford. He was an incredible student, brilliant guy. And he's with us all the way. Also, Representatives Madison Cawthorn. Where's Madison? They're doing everything they can to stop him. They're doing everything, but that will not be successful, will it? Mark Green. Mark. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. A person who's very shy, doesn't like speaking her mind, but she does it anyway. Marjorie.
Oh, Jesus, no. I'm warning you, she's bad news. She's bad news. Bad news. I got a bad feeling about her.
A man that knows me almost better than any human being. He knows every inch of me. And he thinks it's actually a very beautiful sight. That's why.
I'll give him that.
That's why I like it. He was the White House doctor. And also for Obama and for Bush. And I'd love to ask him who's in the best shape. He was also an incredible admiral, highly respected.
She's also on Timcast IRL. That's fine, but she peddled QAnon. Look, I don't have anybody respect for anybody that peddled QAnon. I don't. I have no tolerance, no respect. They fell for political prophecy. That's not somebody I want leading me. I think she says a lot of dumb shit. I think she's the AOC of the right. I have said this from the get-go. I would not trust her as far as I could throw her. She's a congressional Karen.
He said President Trump is the healthiest president in history. If he didn't eat junk food, he'd live for 200 years. That got us into a lot of trouble, right, Ron?
Yeah, I'm talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't trust her.
Trouble, but that's okay. We all love you, Ronnie.
Hey, man, I'm with Q. You need to wake up. You were lied to.
A man who's terrific, who really loves our country, and who's loved in the state of Florida, Matt Gaetz. Where's Matt?
I can't make the audio any louder, guys. It's already loud. Look, you can say that Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to get rid of the ATF. So does everybody else. That does not make her a good politician. These are common talking points for everybody. But no, be careful with that. Be careful. Like, oh, I want to do these things. Like, yeah, but you've also said a lot of dumb shit.
Which has been trending at the top all over the place, and it's going to give our voice back. And he's tough as hell. Former Congressman Devin Nunes. Where is he? Devin. He's tough. And you know, I don't know what this is, but I happened to see a star. 128-1 in wrestling. He was serious. Don't wrestle him. A man who, I mean, every time he goes on television, it's like a fight. He gets on, he's got one point, the other point, the other point. And there's nobody like him. And if you ever saw him work out, he just, the machine starts to burn. The treadmill starts to go up on fire. He's still in great shape, but he's a tough cookie, all-American wrestler. And nobody like him, really. There's nobody like him. Congressman Jim Jordan. And Polly. And Polly produced one All-American or two. Is it two? One, two. She said two.
Look, I don't care about this. He's not talking about what's going on in Ukraine. This is just CPAC. This is what they do. They just jerk each other off. Look, dude, I'm to the point now where I just don't really like any politician. I just don't. I'm not a fan of any politician. I don't trust any politician. I'm not loyal to any politician. I just don't like this. It sounds good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, he's endorsing people. But for me, it's just like, I just don't care. And I'm not knocking if you do care. If you do care, by all means, go do it. But for me, I just don't listen to this shit anymore. I'm fucking over it. I'm tired of seeing these people come out there and just suck each other off. And it's like, no. All I can say is come midterms, when Republicans take back the Senate and the House, some shit better change. That's all I'm saying. Shit had better fucking change. But I think a lot of people are finally hitting that curve to where it's like, I am tired of all this bullshit. I am tired of fucking... Yeah, I'm just over it, man. I'm kind of like, I'm over it. I want the government out of my life. I want the government out of my life. And that includes right-leaning government. I want them out of my fucking life. I'm so sick of it. So, but again, that's me. Please don't take my personal opinions as if that's how you should as well. If you like it, dude, go do it. Go enjoy it. Like, I'm not knocking that. Please don't take that way. But I'm just kind of like, I did see that Ukraine asked Elon for internet and he obliged. Yes, I did see that. I'll be honest, dude. I would not get involved. If I was Elon, I would not get involved. It's like, nope, absolutely not. Do not pick a side in this. Do not pick a side in this. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just, that's Elon. That's what he wants. I mean, that's what he wants to do. I mean, by all means. I just saw North Korea launch the test fire. Yeah, they've been doing that, though. I don't know if that was smart or not, GTI. I don't know. For me, it's just one of those things. If I had $1 billion business, I'm not getting involved in this. But, I don't know. Yeah, stay Switzerland. That's how I would be. It's just like, Because here's the thing. I think there's just a lot of wrong on both sides of this. And that's not my fight. It's not easy to be an isolationist to an extent. It's really not easy because you do feel like you do want to help. You want to give back. You want to help people, but it's just like, no, because I don't know if these are good people. So, I don't know. Now, I did see this. This was an article published from the Gateway Pundit. It was February 26th today at 3 p.m. Ukraine's Zelensky and Russia's Putin are negotiating a time and a place to meet, but failed U.S. diplomats want the Biden regime to negotiate with Putin. Okay, I didn't want to say this. I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole, but I've been reading some articles saying that Biden and NATO want this war to happen. They're encouraging this war to happen. I'm not sure why. I haven't went down the rabbit hole in this one yet. But if Putin and this dude can come to a negotiation, Biden shouldn't have anything to fucking do with it. Stay out of it. Like, no, absolutely not. Let these dudes fucking hash it out. Basically say, hey, dude, we're here. You attack NATO, we're going to fuck you up. Outside of that, you do what you got to do. None of my business. So for them calling the Biden administration, and here's the other thing. You really trust Biden to negotiate this? No, I do not, man. I certainly do not. I mean, they sent Kamala for crying out loud. Like, really? I mean, what is she going to do over there without knee pads? Biden administration are an absolute disgrace. The Biden family was stealing from Ukraine for years. Then they turned their back on the country once Putin invaded. Now the Biden regime believes only they should be negotiating with Putin. This is an opinion article, by the way. This is an opinion article, so keep that in mind. I don't follow the Gateway Pundit, so I don't know. For years, Democrat leaders have been stealing from Ukraine. After taking from Ukraine for years, Biden and his gang turned their back on Ukraine and took the weekend off. This was despite promises made just 11 days ago. 10 days ago, Joe Biden assured Ukrainian leader Zelensky the U.S. would respond swiftly and decisively to Russian aggression on Friday. Like, look, wait a minute. Did people think he actually meant committing forces, ground forces? I mean, you should have seen through that. Here's the thing, here's the trick of politicians. If they don't come out and articulate specifically what they're going to do, chances are they're not going to do shit, or they're going to do some kind of stance against you, which is sanctions. And here's the thing. I agree with them. I agree with Biden on this. But I'm talking about it in general. In general, if a politician doesn't say committing troops, yada, 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 blah, 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 they're not going to do that. He's up there freaking grandstanding. He's not going to do it. So, I don't know. That's just me. That's just me. And here's the thing. Oh my God, I never thought I'd hear myself saying this. I kind of agree with how Biden is handling this. I think it's probably the proper way to handle it. You increase your troop presence to make sure that NATO has the necessary backing they need to make these calls, and you don't commit troops. You don't. Or you don't engage in that conflict. I think Biden's actually doing it right. And if you disagree with me, I'm more than willing to listen to you, what you have to say. I find myself in complete just shock that I'm going to agree with Biden on something like that. But yeah, I think as long as he doesn't get us involved in stuff like this, then I think he's probably taking the right approach. They just want their hands on Chernobyl. Well, they already have Chernobyl. I don't know.
Welcome to the savages.
Jake Allen, I've turned to the dark side. I'm just saying, dude, it pains me to say that because I am not a Biden fan. But if you think about it, I don't want to get involved. Biden's not directly saying we're getting involved. He's saying we will support NATO allies if Putin pushes forward outside of Ukraine, and yeah, does that. So I think he's doing it the right way. Don't get involved. Not to that level, but at the same token, as far as him taking from Ukraine and stuff like that, I have no idea. That's on Biden. That's not on America. Like, people have to also understand what Biden does as a politician, much less a president, is on him. If he stole from Ukraine, he should be the one to pay, not the American people. Like, you can't sit there and like hitch your train to somebody that's done another country wrong, saying, well, being Biden fucked them over, I guess we got to go to war. Like, no, Biden fucked them over. Give them Biden. That's my stance on that one. So I don't know. But Biden is also not a very competent president. But it doesn't really take long. It doesn't take much to say, yeah, well, we're going to put sanctions in, and yeah, we'll be there for NATO, but that's about it. It's like, I agree with that. Like, I do. I don't know. NATO is inept. Oh, I agree. I'm no fan of NATO. Don't get me wrong, but right now, that's all we've got. We got 40,000 NATO troops to include like the 7,000 Biden committed earlier. And that's not a lot. That is not a lot. So, after all of this, really shocking that the Biden administration would claim that they should be negotiating with Russia instead of Ukraine. Will Ukrainians be so foolish to let Joe Biden represent them? The conservative Treehouse reports, amid intense conflict continuing, the government of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, and the government of Russia, President Vladimir Putin, are in negotiations for a meeting. However, the U.S. State Department does not want Zelensky and Putin to negotiate an end to hostilities. Again, this is an opinion article. This is an opinion article. Keep that in mind. The arrogance, controlling attitude of the U.S. State Department tells us all we really need to know. The Biden administration has created this crisis between Russia and Ukraine for a convenient purpose, and the White House is not about to let Zelensky screw it up and create peace. The U.S. wants President Zelensky to leave Ukraine so the State Department can take full control over the narrative. Zelensky is refusing to leave. I think he's smart from that. I don't know. We've got another article coming from... If y'all have any live updates of what's going on in Kiev, please share those links in the chat. I greatly appreciate that. Putin thinks he's the hero of Russia's story. He couldn't be more wrong. In the history of strongmen, an indication of downhill for Russia. This is from MSNBC.com. Again, that's MSNBC. Keep that in mind. Buffy, you got me a YouTube link there. What is this, brother? Yeah, this is the same. It's the same one I've had up before. Different angles of what's going on over there. It sounds like they've kind of hit a lull in the fighting. We're not hearing any more small arms fire. Shortly before he invaded Ethiopia in 1935, Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini, I follow my instincts and I am never wrong. That war bankrupted the state, but it made him popular with Italians as the restorer of the Italian Empire. It also further inflated his ego. In 1940, against the advice of many of his generals, El Duce entered World War II alongside Adolf Hitler. He counted on a quick win and a lasting glory, but instead dragged Italy through a disastrous war that ended with his own execution by anti-fascist partisans in 1945. These dramatic events and the terrible toll of strongman leadership come to mind as Russian President Vladimir Putin embarks on a risky war against Ukraine. He is motivated by a desire to secure his place in history as the leader who revived a version of the Soviet Empire. It could backfire on him in multiple ways. After 22 years in power, Putin's governance style and structures resemble those that have led past autocrats to make bad decisions. The recent photographs of him at enormous tables, absurdly distant not just from his foreign heads of state but from members of his own Security Council, suggest a state of isolation common among leaders who have exercised too much power for too long. Let's look at these photographs. Or is that from COVID, though? Do you think that's from COVID, though? Sitting alongside a desk in Grand Column Kremlin room, Vladimir Putin looked across an expansive parquet floor as his Security Council and asked if anyone wished to express an alternative opinion. He was met with silence. Yeah, you damn well know. He's speaking on Ukraine now. Who is? Justin, shoot me the link, please. A few hours later, Russian president appeared on state television to give an angry ramble lecture about Ukraine, a country that, in Putin's telling, had become a colony with a puppet game and had no historical right to exist. Putin's double bill, which was immediately followed by the signing, it's on Fox. All right, 1 second, guys. Let's pull over to Fox. Fox News. Thank you for the heads up, guys. I appreciate that. Where you see him speaking at? I just want to hear what he has to say. Anybody have a link to the actual live? Oh, that's CPAC. On TV on Fox. Yeah, I can't find it on the actual website, man. Absolutely, baby. Getter, Stream Power, Playchild. Dude, this is Donald Trump speaking at CPAC. We're talking about... Oh, are y'all talking about Trump? Are you talking about Trump speaking live? Or are you talking about Putin speaking live? Oh, I know Trump speaking live. I don't want to listen. I don't care about that. I thought you were talking about Putin speaking live.
If you want to eat healthy and feel your...
and effectively block Russian exports and imports. We will stop Putin from using his war chest. We will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank.
Oh, damn it, I missed it.
This will freeze its transactions, and it made it impossible for the central bank to
Putin's live. Where's Putin live at? Give me the link, please.
All of these measures will significantly harm Putin's ability to finance his war.
Well, Ukraine's prime minister reacted on Twitter saying he is grateful for the latest round of financial sanctions imposed on Russia. Well, for more on this story, let's turn to France 24's European Affairs editor, Catherine Nicholson, joining us on the line now. Catherine, thank you for joining us. So Germany was originally skeptical about this move to cut Russia off the SWIFT international payment system. What's changed?
Well, indeed, the US, United Kingdom and Canada have been on board with this measure for some days, and they've really been leaning on the EU's 27 member states to join them. And I think that's the key here. The EU is not one federal body like the United States government. It is 27 individual different governments that have to come together unanimously on sanctions. So we know that Germany, also Italy, Austria and Hungary had been some of the member states that were reluctant to get on board with this, particularly on excluding Russian banks from the SWIFT payment system. Concerns about how it would harm.
Live right now. Let me listen. Erie Stone.
Some Russian forces have also managed to enter into
back
the
my
city. So
charging
anyone
right
on
back,
the
guys.
street
Trump's live at
is now
CPAC right
being
now. It's
resumed
not
as a member
pertinent to
of
this.
the
I don't
enemy
care.
Post certain time in the evening. So this is how the evening, of course, started with a blaring air raid siren. Russian forces have pounded the capital with artillery and other missiles, both ballistic and cruise missiles, in the dead of the night. Streets across Kiev have been empty, in contrast to the columns of vehicles that were choking the roads in recent days. Tens of thousands of residents have managed to flee to the west and continue to do so in the hope of evading the violence that's been unleashed with this Russian onslaught. Meanwhile, a member of the Ukrainian parliament, Lesia Vasilenko, in fact took to Twitter saying that Kiev will be under attack like never before because the Russian troops will hit the city with everything that they've got. The Western leaders have now urged Vladimir Putin to choose the path of diplomacy, but after Kremlin ordered its troops to barge into its neighboring country, diplomacy has clearly taken a back seat. Kiev has maintained that it is always open for a dialogue, but in a statement, the Russian Defense Ministry claims that Ukraine has rejected the negotiation process, after which Moscow is ordered to broaden its offensive from all directions.
Oh my God.
Вчера, после заявлений киевского режима о готовности к переговорам, активные боевые действия на основных направлениях операции были приостановлены. После того, как украинская сторона отказалась от переговорного процесса, сегодня всем подразделениям был отдан приказ о развитии наступления на всех направлениях в соответствии с планом проведения операции.
Meanwhile, in the latest statement by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, is said that presidents of Azerbaijan and Turkey have now organized talks with Russia, and Kiev is ready for these talks.
І президент Ердоган запропонували організувати переговори з Росією. Це можна тільки привітати.
Meanwhile, the far east of Ukraine, in the Donetsk region, parts of which are controlled by the Russian-backed separatists, the tensions started from here, remember. Russia, earlier in the week, recognized Donetsk and Luhansk as independent republics. And there's been fierce fighting between the Ukrainian national troops and the rebels. There's been fresh shelling that has been reported in many of the areas in Donetsk, and many buildings at this point of time have suffered damage because of this latest escalation. It is not clear at this point of time as to how many people have lost their lives in these clashes in eastern Ukraine.
Боротися стільки, скільки потрібно, щоб звільнити нашу країну. Якщо діти вже народжуються в укриттях, навіть коли тривають постійно обстріли, то у ворога немає жодного шансу у цій, безперечно, народній війні.
Now, as Russian troops continue to unleash their assault on the Kievan capital and other Ukrainian cities, the West, of course, is slowly beginning to ratchet up its pressure through sanctions on Russia, particularly targeting its economy. Now, in the latest round of sanctions, the Western allies have now agreed on a new list of sanctions against Moscow. The European Union has now proposed banishing a number of Russian banks from the SWIFT interbank transfer system. With this, the West, of course, seeks to ensure that these Russian banks get disconnected from the international financial system. Now, the allies have also agreed to impose restrictive measures to prevent the Russian central bank from deploying its international reserves. Adding on to this, the affluent Russians connected to Vladimir Putin's government will also no longer be able to use the golden passport system to obtain a European citizenship.
You'll let Athena out. Hold on, she wants to go out.
Now, speaking in Brussels, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has said that EU and other Western powers, including the United States and the United Kingdom, are considering to move to crippling President Vladimir Putin's war machine.
As Russian forces unleash their assault on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities, we are resolved to continue imposing massive costs on Russia, costs that will further isolate Russia from the international financial system and our economies. In coordination with President Biden, President Macron, Bundeskanzler Scholz and Prime Minister Draghi, as well as Prime Minister Trudeau and Prime Minister Johnson, We considered a significant tightening of our international response. The European Union and its partners are working to cripple Putin's ability to finance his war machine.
Meanwhile, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has said that Moscow is, of course, taking up immediate measures to try and mitigate the damage from the West-imposed financial sanctions. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said on Saturday that he has asked the United Nations Secretary
protecting the Russian economy from the impact of the sanctions on removing those institutions from SWIFT. They also mentioned the fact that they were going to prevent those golden passports, preventing those Russian oligarchs close to the Russian government, those sanctions officials from using possibly citizenship from other countries to sort of bypass those sanctions, again, trying to work in coordination to avoid any loopholes that the Russian economy or Russian officials could try to use to get around. That official saying that there would be a task force that would be created starting next week to sort of identify and freeze the assets of those officials. He said yachts, mansions, fancy cars, money, ability to send their kids to fancy colleges around the world. All of that will be targeted by that task force. One last thing that official talked about was the question of whether the energy sector will be involved in these sanctions, possibly. Of course, the fact that there could be payments through SWIFT made in that energy sector. The official said that they hadn't really determined how they would work it out. Either they will set aside energy payments when they remove those those institutions from SWIFT, or they would focus to try to figure out which institutions do business on energy and try to avoid sanctioning those sectors. So there will be some sort of carve out for the energy sector. But other than that, that official said that
the sad thing about all of this, though, is the sanctions they're trying to impose on Russia are definitely going to be impacting the Russian economy, therefore the Russian citizens. Essentially, these citizens, from what we're hearing, and this is why I think Russia is trying to freaking limit communications on social media from their citizens on the internet, is that by and large, I feel like a lot of people do not support Putin's war here. A lot of Russians are not about this. But these sanctions that are about to be hitting Russia, they're already hitting Russia, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the people and citizens of Russia. Well, the intention is essentially to turn the citizens against Putin. It's not going to matter. Yeah, it's again, Edmund Bacon, 100% agree. It's to encourage rebellion. They will not rebel against Putin. Putin is a dictator. He will not bend the knee. I think hopefully he does, but I think realistically, Putin does not give a shit. He will see his people poor. He will see his people out of homes. He doesn't give a shit. So it's like these sanctions, I mean, there's really nothing else you do. I mean, NATO, quite honestly, it's so Putin will slaughter. Putin doesn't give a fuck, dude. This guy was KG. He's ex-KGB. I don't think people understand that Putin is not someone to be fucked with. He is not. And don't get me wrong, these sanctions are going to hurt. They will hurt. Embargo, that's a good question.
Now, Russia's invasion into Ukraine has divided the world. The United States and its allies in the West have tried to project a united front against Russian aggression. But Russia, too, has mustered its allies. So let's take a look as to who has backed the war and who has condemned it, and who has remained neutral during Europe's worst crisis since the Second World War.
Pay attention to this.
So let's start with the American-sponsored draft resolution of the UNSC. The draft sought to deplore in the strongest terms Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The draft resolution, of course, remember, was bound to fail. Russia is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council and therefore vetoed the draft. What is interesting is that countries like China, India and the United Arab Emirates have abstained from voting, while 11 nations, including the 3 permanent members like the United States, United Kingdom and France, and 8 non-permanent members, including the likes of Albania, Brazil, Gabon, Ghana, Ireland, Kenya, Mexico and Norway, voted in favor of the draft resolution. Now, far from being isolated from the international community, despite the sweeping sanctions, Vladimir Putin has in fact managed to cement his ties with China. In his visit to Beijing in the first week of February, Moscow and Beijing entered into a deep strategic partnership with no limits, and where the two allies agreed that there are no forbidden areas of cooperation for the two of them. And also, Russia, through its strategic intervention in the Syrian civil war, has earned an ally in Bashar al-Assad. Since 2011, the United States pursued a policy of regime change in Syria, and by backing the rebels who are fighting against the government, the United States was seeking to oust Bashar al-Assad from Damascus. But Vladimir Putin, firstly through military aid from 2011, and then through direct military
Telegram
involvement
chat. We're
in
sharing
Syria
updates in the chat. There's a link, guys. Go join it.
Helped Assad
Please read the rules.
turn the tide of the Syrian civil war.
There's the chat to Telegram. We got updates and
And what is
pictures and videos
interesting,
in
that
there.
Russia also has its only Mediterranean port in Syria, the Tartars. It also exercises close control of the Syrian port of Latakia, and this has turned Syria into a stout Russian ally in the region. Syria, interestingly, is also the only other country after Russia to have recognized Donetsk and Luhansk as independent republics after Russia. Now, the Russian Deputy Prime Minister Yuri Borisov was also on a whirlwind tour of the leftist nations in the Western Hemisphere from the 16th of February. He met with the leaders of Venezuela, Cuba and Nicaragua and signed a series of strategic cooperation agreements on aspects such as trade, energy and financial cooperation. Russia's decisive intervention into Kazakhstan has also reiterated Russia's position of preeminence in Central Asia. In the month of January, Kazakhstan, of course, remember, erupted in a nationwide unrest sparked by a spike in fuel prices. But Russia, leading the CSTO troops, managed to crush the protests in a short and decisive operation. Most Central Asian nations have maintained friendly relations with Moscow and have not
You make a good point
condemned
there.
Russia.
You make a really good point there. This is not even a tenth of the Russian forces. Yeah. Keep that in mind. Like, I don't know. McGraw says, John, still brainwashed, thinks Biden is worse than what we have here. Russians don't have firearms like Americans. That's the only difference. Where did I say Biden was worse than Putin? Like, you people, am I misunderstanding your statement there? Because I think I've done that a few times. Are you telling me that I think, I love how you're going to tell me what I think. Are you telling me I think that Biden is worse than Putin? There's no way you're telling me that. There is no way you're telling me that. I know that's not what you're telling me. I meant any worse. McGruff, I don't think Biden is anywhere near what Putin is. If you want to ask me my viewpoint, just ask me my viewpoint. Do I think Putin is bad as, or Biden is bad as? No, I think he's an incompetent president. But no, I don't think that he's nearly as bad as Putin. But at the same token, I don't think they're good elected officials. I don't think they're good human beings either.
Welcome to the savages.
That's just my take on
So
that.
although the United States has been working its diplomatic levers to try and isolate Russia for invading into Ukraine, the fact remains that Vladimir Putin, so far in the conflict, has successfully managed to call the American bluff and has also shored up support for the Russian nation in this war.
Yeah, Putin didn't threaten me to get vaxxed.
Now, the Ukrainian citizens have been asked to help fight the enemy at the gates. Men in the age group of 18 to 16 have been asked to stay back. Families packed up whatever they could carry on their backs to seek shelter across the border, mainly in places like Romania, Poland and Moldova. Our next report gets you the details of the perilous journey that many families have in fact embarked upon in search for safety in Ukraine. Take a look.
These are the residents of Ukraine, leaving their homes as Russian troops move deeper into the country, with little on their backs on a perilous journey, trying to cross over to Poland in search of shelter and security. This miles-long queue is made up of scared individuals, anxious mothers, children who are too young to understand what is happening, hoping to escape missile strikes, bombing, hoping to never have to wake up to air raid sirens, and to never bear witness to the panic and commotion sparked off by Russian military operations. It's a long wait, 6 to 12 hours. But what other options do they have?
Because of martial law, all military obliged, all men must fight for the country, for peace, to prevent attacks from enemy forces, and for everything to be all right. We and children must leave Ukraine.
In just 48 hours, some 50,000 residents fled the country. The UN Refugee Agency has requested neighboring countries to keep their borders open. Around 5 million are at the risk of being displaced. Across the border, Polish residents rush to assist Ukrainians.
Let's go look at who's in the NATO alliance.
Moldova, on the other hand, set up special humanitarian centers with medical staff and social workers, all set to assist displaced Ukrainians and provide basic humanitarian, legal and food aid. And then we have Romania, that witnessed an influx from 6 different checkpoints. As per the border police, the inflow is up by 120%. While some plan to huddle till they have more clarity, others plan to continue their journey to other European nations.
Doesn't look like it.
These border crossings have witnessed several tough goodbyes over the last few days, and that is a gross understatement. With many forced to leave behind their husbands, fathers and brothers.
That's right, yeah. We have a base there in Poland, don't we? Yeah.
Where will you go?
Do you have a place to sleep?
Poland. Your husband, where is he?
Ukraine.
He managed to live or not?
The people across the world have come together to denounce the Russian invasion into Ukraine and also to express solidarity with the citizens of Ukraine. There are thousands from more than 50 different countries across the world were out onto the streets protesting against this invasion. They're also demanding for peace in Ukraine and stricter sanctions to deter Russia.
Need a gift for your man this holiday?
What is this gonna do? What the fuck is this?
Stop! Stop!
Yeah, Poland is NATO, yeah, yeah.
Quanti presenti? Putin, giù le mani da Ucraina.
I got some breaking news here. Hold on, guys. Pause this. Yeah, baby. Thank you for sending me this. Look at that top left camera. Look at that top left camera there. I'm not picking up anything on audio. Something's going on. What the fuck? Is that the oil depot? Is it still on fire? Okay. Is the oil fields are still on fire? Okay. Jesus. The fuel spot. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the updates, guys. Appreciate that. I knew they'd hit that, but I didn't know if it was still on fire or not. Oh my God. There's just so much going on right now. My phone keeps blowing up. It's all kinds of stuff right now. It's insane. All right. Hey guys, if you want to come join the Twitch community, we got a good group of people. Good group of people over here on Twitch. It doesn't cost you anything. I appreciate it. We do have a really good Twitch community. Here's the link to Twitch. Come give us a follow. It's the John Burke over on Twitch. It doesn't cost you any money. It is free. If you want to subscribe and support the channel, I appreciate it. That money goes to Shell Shock CBD, my company. Yeah, I know this is petty as fuck, but at the same time, this is how I make money. This is how I get paid. So, if you want to check out a great company, shellshockcbd.com. If you have troubles with sleep, if you have trouble with pain management, things such as that. Again, we just started working with Chive Charities. We are a year 3 American-based, American-made, veteran-owned company. Myself and my partner Josh started this company about 2 years ago. We've done insanely well. We want to say thank you so much for all your love and support. You guys have been phenomenal in helping support us. If you watched the dark matter incident that happened the other day, we sell that. Here is the link. You can check it out at Shell Shock CBD. Let me give you a brief overview. Don't forget, code BURK will save you 10%. But what we have here is we have CBD oil that helps with stress and anxiety. It helps reduce that. It's been proven to work. I was once a skeptic. I once talked shit about it. I tried it. I was wrong. And that's essentially what I did. I wanted to open up a company because if you go look at how much 1,500 milligrams of good CBD costs, it's upwards of $90 to $120. We charge $60. It's that good. It lasts you for a month. We have CBD gummies. We have THC free and with THC. It is completely legal, but when you go and look at the gummies, it will say THC free on there or not. So make sure you check that out. We have CBD topicals. This is amazing for if you have external issues as far as pain. I've tested each product, guys. Here's my challenge to any of you in the chat. Is there anyone in this chat that can prove where I lied to my followers to make a quick buck? Is there anyone that can prove? Because I have. The reason I'm saying this is I have never lied to you. I will never lie to you. And when I tell you this stuff is amazing, you have my word on that. You have my word. I have never lied to my following. I have never done that to make a quick buck. I have never sold out. I always refuse to do that because I think my word is my bond. I don't want to lie to the people. So when I tell you this stuff is amazing, it is amazing. So I appreciate. Yeah, Maddie G, I never sent you the nudes. I am sorry for that. I probably should have. But we also carry CBD top. We have CBD for pets. Athena takes this. This is amazing. And there's Athena right there. That's my baby girl. I'm so proud of her. She's so pretty. We have CBD pet chews. 1 chew for every 50 pounds that your dog weighs. We have CBD oil, pet oil. We have this smells like peanut butter and salmon. So there you go. We have CBD for pets. And then we have CBD beard care. For those that don't know about this, we have beard balm, we have beard oil, and we have beard bundle deal and beard wash. This is all with CBD. It's actually great for your skin. It's great for your hair. You can check this out. Sandy Pants, you can take the isolate. The isolate is safe for active duty. Technically, it's illegal. Keep that in mind, but it will not pop on a drug test. So please keep that in mind. This is not me encouraging you to do it, but you won't pop hot. I've already got people in the FBI and other places taking our shit. They tell me they get drug tested. I've never had anybody fail a drug test that takes our isolate products. And the reason I know that is every batch that our manufacturer makes for us and sends us, we send it out to be third-party tested just to make sure there is no THC in there, because I would feel like a complete asshole if I sent y'all something that would potentially get you fired. I'd feel like a complete asshole for that. And plus, it wouldn't make sense to me because that would get out on social media. My business would be ruined. I'd made $60 off of you and then destroy my company. I'm not going to do that. So we have the CBD Pets. It works. It's great. Athena loves it. And then we have Delta 8. Now, for those that don't know what Delta 8 is, Delta 8 is going to get you high as fuck. Jeb Breed said, what if I want THC? This is where it's at. And I'm not playing around. This shit is no joke. This shit is no joke. You will get high. You're going to feel stoned. You're going to feel weightless, relaxed. You're going to get the munchies. You're going to be giggly. Everything sounds better. Food tastes better. Music sounds greater. I'm telling you, this stuff is incredible. So you can just check this out for yourself. We have a lot of sample packs as well if you're not really sure about it. But here's the link. And again, code BURK will save you 10% off. Now, if you become a subscriber, you save 10% off. And then we send it to you every month. That's to include the 10%. You constantly get 10% off every single time. Just like if you forget, whatever, we've got you covered. We'll send it to you right back. We have Delta 8 in green apple. We have it in pink lemonade. We have it in passion fruit. And then we have the sample pack right here. If you're not sure and you're just not really sure about if you want to try it or not, we have sample packs you can try for like $5 a pop. You can check those out for yourself. We have the Asteroids. It's a hard candy with a soft, chewy center that's 8 milligrams of Delta 8 per if you want to microdose it. We have the Weedos and the Doitos. Those are like 8 milligrams, the same. They're really good. And then we have the Halo gummies. These are 25 milligrams per gummy. We have the Delta chocolate bars. The chocolate is amazing. But each square is 40 milligrams of Delta 8. We have Rocket Fuel. It's 600 milligrams. And then, but most certainly, we also have the vapes and vape cartridges, which are Delta 8. These will get you fucked up. We have indica, we have sativa, we've got it all there. Again, we've done phenomenally well. Is Delta 8 bad for somebody with anxiety? I would try the CBD oil first. Before you go pushing into Delta 8. Delta 8, you need to create a good relaxing environment. If you go too much, Yeah, it will give you a little bit of paranoia. I did it on the dark matter. But all you got to do is turn on a good movie that you like, turn on some good tunes, and you'll just snap right out of it. Because, again, you can't let your mind wander when you take too much. That's why I recommend taking half a gummy if you start it. If you want to try the dark matter, the other night I tried it, and fuck me running. I took 100 milligrams of Delta 8. This is it right here. This is the dark matter. It's $250 bucks. This shit is about a month's worth. If you're taking a full dropper each, it's a month's worth. Dude, you're going to get fucked up. You are going to get so fucked up. I'm not even playing on that. So, no, you won't die. It doesn't cause any permanent side effects. Just keep that in mind. Jacob, I don't even vape. It fucks up my lungs, so I'm neither. Now, lastly, but most certainly not least, our top seller. We also have Kratom, by the way. We've just released Kratom. One of our top sellers is the Rack Out gummies. These are THC-free. You will not fail a drug test. But this is CBD with melatonin. This will knock you the fuck out. This will knock you the fuck out. At Fuck 420, yeah, we have the Delta 8 rocket fuel. It's under the Delta 8. You have Delta 8 oil here. Go there, we have rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is 600 milligrams. So 600 divided by 30. Hold on. $600 divided by 30. God dang it. 600 divided by 30 is roughly, it's about 20 milligrams per. That's an oil. So smoke 40s and drink weed. So you have that. So again, this is Shell Shock CBD. This is my company. We've been in business for going on. We're in year 3 now. And I am so incredibly grateful for all your love and support. So once more, here's the link to check it out. Oh, and for those that don't know, we are, Rack Out will not make you fail a drug test. There is no THC in our Rack Out gummies or our Fallout gummies, which are CBD gummies without melatonin. So I believe we can send it to Holland XAQ. I believe so. But we have also just released Kratom. If you don't know what Kratom is, go to the website. It says, what is Kratom? We've broken it down for you right there. We have the Kratom green strain here. We've just released these. They are $39.98 a bag or $19.99, depends on how many you want in there. You have the flavor right now, it's just lime. And then you have an option for 10-count gummies or 20-count gummies. These are basically what people are using to get off of opioids and things such as that. It's a great product. Now be careful with this though. It does have addictive properties if you take too much. If you take over the recommended dosage, please keep that in mind. Please keep that in mind. We've got starter packs of Delta 9. We also sell Delta 9. Delta 9 is a different version of THC, which is legal in most states, so you can check that out there. And then we have, where is the tankards? I'm trying to find the tankards. Where are the tankards? Delta 9, I should know this. Merchandise. We have, we got the hoodies in stock right now. We got the shirts. We got a lot of great t-shirts. We got stickers, we got gift cards, we got all kinds of great stuff here, guys. I can't find the damn tankards. Slinging them drugs, you know what I'm talking about. Do drugs, do what you want. Jive Charity, we just launched that. Kratom Help Me Quit Blow, awesome. Fucking awesome. All right, guys. I appreciate your love and support. Jive Charity's link. Why is this not loading? We'll have to check this out. No blood. I was in the 101st. I wasn't in the 82nd, brother. All right. That concludes it for Shell Shock. Let's get back to the news. I had to plug my shit, guys. I appreciate it. Again, all the money you donate to Twitch and stuff like that goes to helping Shell Shock. So I donate that. Or I do donate. I donate the money back into the company. I don't have a need for it. I'd rather see my employees do well. See what we can do to help fund the company, offer better products or different products, things such as that. So, but yeah, appreciate the love and support there, guys. Thank you so much for understanding and for listening. So, all right, let's get back into it, guys.
Stop.
mustache, yeah. I was in the 101st, yeah.
Ласкавої розрадниці,
uma Ave Maria, em ucraniano, e depois essa paz esperada.
Pecadores, agora e na hora de nossa morte.
Fascist Russia! What they need to do, they do Ukraine will fight! Ukraine! Reaching out to every single friend that I still have left, Stop Putin now! Stop Putin now! Stop war! Save Ukraine! Stop! Save Ukraine! Stop war! Save Ukraine!
Of the European community, of the world.
No sleep for Russia! No sleep for Russia!
Begreift einfach das mal! Слава Україні! Wir haben das schon 2014 gehört.
Wait a second.
Under Biden, Russia.
All right, this is at CPAC. I guess he was talking about.
Russia invaded Georgia. Under Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under Biden, Russia invaded Ukraine. I stand as the only president of the 21st century on whose watch Russia did not invade another country. Thank you. I gave Ukraine the javelins that everyone is now talking about and millions of dollars of other military equipment. The Obama administration gave them blankets. You remember? They gave them blankets. They said, we need more than blankets. No, we gave you blankets. They sent them blankets. Thank you very much. Under our leadership, the world was a peaceful place because America was strong. And the perception of our country was perhaps like it had never been before. Powerful, cunning, and smart. We were a smart country. Now we're a stupid country. We always, very simply, put America first. That was the answer. With the Abraham Accords, we had peace in the Middle East. We had peace in Europe. China knew that it could no longer take advantage of the United States. And I was proud to be the first president in decades who did not get our country into any wars. I got you out of wars. Thank you. Thank you. Under our administration, Russia respected America just like every other country respected America, and they really respected us a lot. But now Joe Biden is seen as a weak, and I hate to say it because I want him to do a great job. I really want him to do. Politically, I don't care. I would much rather have him do a great job than a poor job. But nobody could ever believe how bad and weak and grossly incompetent it has been. And when you have a weak president who is not respected by other nations, you have a very chaotic world. And the world hasn't been this chaotic since World War II. I think we can say that. We can say that very strongly. I have no doubt that President Putin made his decision to ruthlessly attack Ukraine only after watching the pathetic withdrawal from Afghanistan, where the military was taken out first, our soldiers were killed, and American hostages plus $85 billion worth of the finest equipment anywhere in the world were left behind. Yesterday, reporters asked me if I thought President Putin was smart. I said, of course he's smart, to which I was greeted with, oh, that's such a terrible thing to say.
He's right here, listen.
I'd like to tell the truth. Yes, he's smart. The NATO nations, and indeed the world, as he looks over what's happening strategically with no repercussions or threats whatsoever,
Very sure.
they're
It's right
not
here.
so smart. They're looking the opposite of smart. If you take over Ukraine, we're going to sanction you, they say. Sanction? Well, that's a pretty weak
Here's the link to
statement.
Shell Shock. Thank
Putin
you.
is saying, oh, they're going to sanction me. They sanctioned me for the last 25 years. You mean I can take over a whole country and they're going to sanction me? You mean they're not going to blow us to pieces, at least psychologically? The problem is not that Putin is smart, which of course he's smart, but the real problem is that our leaders are dumb. Dumb. So dumb. And they so far allowed him to get away with this travesty and assault on humanity. That's what it is. This is an assault on humanity. So sad. Putin is playing Biden like a drum.
Yeah.
And it's not a pretty thing as somebody that loves our country to watch.
This is almost over, and then I'll go back and I'll come help you.
Watch. You know, I was with Putin a lot. I spent a lot of time with him. I got along with him. I got along with President Xi. I got along with Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un has massive nuclear power. It's a good thing to get along with people, not a bad thing. You can be very tough and get along. You know, I'm the one that ended his pipeline. He said, you're killing me with the pipeline. Nobody else ended his pipeline. Biden came in, he approved it. But I did a lot of things that were very tough on Russia. No president was ever as tough on Russia as I was. And I'd come in, the fake news would say, Trump loves Russia, he loves Russia. Then we had the Russia hoax, which is now with Durham and Mueller and all the rest, just a total hoax. It was a made-up, fictional story. But with respect to what's going on now, it would have been so easy for me to stop this travesty from happening. He understood me, and he understood that I didn't play games. This would not have happened. Someday I'll tell you exactly what we talked about. But we talked about it. And he did have an affinity, there's no question about it, for Ukraine. I said, never let it happen. You better not let it happen. This is the only attack in history where the further he goes and the bigger it gets, and the worse it gets, and the more death that's caused, the more money he makes, because oil...
Tax Slave says, I don't see any value in donating to this channel. Put the wig back on, do what you do best, Pace. Paint, here's what you can do. You can go fuck yourself. I'll do whatever the fuck I want to do. And the fact that you're here on this channel right now, giving me viewership, helping me fucking monetize this channel, you're already getting me paid, dude. So do me a favor, go suck a dick and play in traffic. You're banned. You fucking retard.
Prices keep climbing higher and higher and higher. There's never been anything like that.
John Burke is fake news. Dude, it's JOHNBURK. There is no E on the end of my name. It's literally at the top of this channel that has over 300,000 followers, which I'll be way more popular, way more famous than you ever will. You little fucking peasants should learn your place. If you're going to come after the king, spell his goddamn name right. Like, Jesus Christ. The fact that even daddy's even giving you this much attention is probably going to get your dick hard right now. You fucking cocksmoker. Get out of here. Banned. All right, back to Trump.
We're a warring nation. The more he makes it difficult to get oil, the more expensive it gets, and the more money he makes. And all those tanks roaming around are very expensive, but they're peanuts compared to the kind of money that he's making because of the tremendous increase in oil. You know, when I left, and during my term, oil was at $36 a barrel. Think of it, 36.
Now it hit 100, and they think it's going to 150. So the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, a lot of countries, but Russia right now in particular is making
Let me just
more
clarify
money.
something to people right now. There are things that Trump has said and done that I don't agree with. There's things that Trump has said and done that I do agree with. But I want to hear what President Trump has to say in regards to what's going on with Ukraine, because I think it's important. Listening to what he's actually saying is not me endorsing or supporting. It's listening. I've listened to CNN. I've listened to Fox. I've listened to every different media outlet there is today. And I want to continue to do so to try and discern which bullshit and what's not. So if Trump's going to speak at CPAC, I want to hear what he has to say regarding Ukraine. The other shit he said, I don't fucking care about the endorsements of politicians. I don't give a shit. But I want to hear what he has to say about Ukraine and how he would have handled it, just to get some insight on that. So people out there that don't like Trump, you do like Trump, has nothing to do with like or hate. I just want to hear what he has to say about Ukraine. So shut the fuck up. Christ almighty. Like, you're so biased. Like, oh, just hearing Trump fucking sets you on edge. Just listen to what he's saying. Go. I'm not like, Jesus Christ. Some of you people are fucking morons.
Never dreamt possible. The cost of the war is very, very small compared to the kind of money they're taking in. There's never been a situation like that. It's horrible to watch. It's horrible because it's a disincentive for him to disengage.
All right. That was from New
Under Bush, Russia.
That was from New Fuck. All right, let's go back to this live stream. I'll be right back. I got to help Mary hang some things up. I'll be right back. We're going to keep the stream going. Don't go anywhere. JBL, you're good, dude. You're good. It's just these trolls coming fucking... Look, that's why I'm telling you. YouTube. You need to come over to Twitch. We have a great community over on Twitch. We have good people over there. Get out of the fucking troll chats. Come over here again. Here's the Twitch link. It's the John Burke over on Twitch. I appreciate your love and support. People need to understand one thing about me. I'm not going to turn a deaf ear to what somebody has to say. If they want to talk about, if there's a person that has weight, Trump has weight, whether you like the dude or not, he does. I want to hear what they have to say just so I can get it directly from the horse's mouth. Case in point, Trump did an interview with Sexton, the political commentator, and Trump talked about how he said Putin was smart. Putin's a genius. It wasn't Trump sucking up to Putin. It was saying that Putin did this in a very intelligent manner. He played NATO. He played the fucking EU. He did. That's all Trump was saying. So the press took it and they twisted it and say, oh, Trump's supporting Putin. Trump's never supported Putin. Listening to him explain it again now, people are literally getting it from the horse's mouth, which is what's needed. Again, case in point, January 6th, we were on Twitch together. We had the Twitch family together. We were watching Trump's speech. How many of you were actually in this chat on January 6th when we watched it happen? Trump did not call for an insurrection. Trump said, protest peacefully. Use your First Amendment right and protest peacefully. We remember him saying that. So then we as individuals heard his words verbatim. So when the press came out and they twisted it and they skewed it and they lied, it's like, that's not true. I heard what he said. And y'all know me. I called Trump out when he was anti-Second Amendment. I called him out when he was in support of red flags. He wanted to ban suppressors, certain types of body armors. Like, no, this is not right. I disagree with this. This is bullshit. I have said this repeatedly. So, Christ, you can make your point without the bad language, man. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Jesus Christ. You're blocked too. God damn. You can make the point. Like, my God. It's crazy to me. So, I'm just blocking these losers. Come over to the Twitch chat, guys. We got so many. We got a great quality group of people over here on Twitch. We really appreciate it. Again, here is the Twitch link. Come over here. All right, I'm going to go help hang some stuff up real quick. We're going to keep going with the Ukrainian. All right, be right back, guys.
As Russia's assault on Ukraine continues, a number of the world's most iconic landmarks were lit up in the colors of blue and yellow, the colors of the Ukrainian flag, to show support for the country. We'll leave you with these visuals. Thanks for watching.
गया नहीं अभी तक?
गाड़ी की सर्विस कब से ड्यू है यार?
ये थोड़ी जाएंगे कहीं, ये तो गाड़ी की सर्विस करवाने के लिए कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। चिल, कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है। गो मैकेनिक पर पाए एक्सपर्ट कार सर्विसेज, 50 पॉइंट इंस्पेक्शन और 3 महीने की अनकंडीशनल वारंटी। डाउनलोड करें इंडिया का नंबर 1 कार सर्विसेज ऐप गो मैकेनिक।
गो मैकेनिक।
अरे गया नहीं अभी तक?
गाड़ी की सर्विस कब से ड्यू है यार?
ये थोड़ी जाएंगे कहीं, ये तो गाड़ी की सर्विस करवाने के लिए कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। चिल, कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है। गो मैकेनिक पर पाए एक्सपर्ट कार सर्विसेज, 50 पॉइंट इंस्पेक्शन और 3 महीने की अनकंडीशनल वारंटी। डाउनलोड करें इंडिया का नंबर 1 कार सर्विसेज ऐप गो मैकेनिक।
गो मैकेनिक।
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
Made it concerned. It says that it's likely to miss by what was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan.
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality!
There are
it's very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker, weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT.
Well, thanks for staying with us. You're watching Beyond World is One. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and let's start with the top stories of the day. Moscow has reportedly ordered its troops to advance into Ukraine from all directions. This after Kiev has imposed a blanket curfew on the capital. And the president of Kyrgyzstan, Sadir Japarov, has reportedly expressed his support for his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin. In a phone conversation with the Kremlin, he extended his support for Russia's decisive actions to protect civilians in Donbas as part of the invasion. And there are reports of heavy shelling that has damaged several buildings in the rebel-controlled Donetsk region as fighting continues in Ukraine. And the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has unveiled a new set of sanctions. She said that Europe and its partners plan to cripple Vladimir Putin's ability to finance his war machine. The EU is also now mulling on prohibiting Russian oligarchs from the European financial markets. And the Western allies have announced a new set of economic sanctions against Russia. Europe will be removing certain Russian banks from the SWIFT inter-banking payment systems. And the West has now announced more military aid for Ukraine. The American President Joe Biden has approved $350 million military assistance, while France and Germany will be sending in more military equipment. The Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich has passed the stewardship of the Chelsea Football Club to the trustees of the club's charitable foundation. And the move comes after threats of sanctions against him in the United Kingdom after Russia's invasion into Ukraine. So let's start with the latest that has come in, where the United States, Britain, Europe and Canada will be blocking certain Russian banks from accessing the SWIFT international payment system. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has said that the move is to impose massive costs on Russia and further isolating the country from the international financial system and the economies. Investors are preparing for more wild fluctuations in the asset prices. Investors had been fearing Russia getting kicked out of SWIFT, which happens to be one of the world's main international payment networks. The move is expected to disrupt global trade and also hit Russia very severely. So the time in the Ukrainian capital of Kiev is a little over 3 o'clock in the wee hours of the morning, and the once vibrant European city is living under a blanket curfew. The residents have been asked to stay on from the streets. Some Russian forces have also entered the city, so anyone who's found on the streets post 5 p.m. is now being assumed as a member of the enemy.
Welcome to the Savages.
But the evening started with a blaring air raid siren. The Russian forces pounded the capital with artillery and cruise missiles in the dead of the night. The streets were left empty. In contrast with the columns of vehicles choking roads, in recent days, tens of thousands of residents have also fled to the west and continue to do so in the hope of evading the aggression. And those who are still in Kiev took shelter on makeshift beds in an underground car parking. Officials have issued warnings for people to stay away from windows and to take precautions and to avoid flying debris and bullets. In the last couple of nights, many people have in fact spent the night sheltering in underground basements, parking lots and also in subway stations. Ukraine is said to have some of the deepest subway stations in the world. Now, Russia claims that its assault on Ukraine is aimed only at military targets. But reports claim that bridges, schools and even residential buildings have also come under the Russian attacks. A member of the Ukrainian parliament took to Twitter saying that Kiev will be under attack like never before because the Russian troops will hit the city with everything that they've got. But it seems like the will to fight has not died down in Ukraine. Locals and politicians flooded Twitter with quote-unquote hashtag Ukraine will flourish.
And consuming countries.
Meanwhile, the Western leaders have urged Vladimir Putin to choose the path of diplomacy. But after Kremlin ordered its troops to barge into its neighboring nation, diplomacy, remember, has taken a back seat. Kiev has maintained that it is always open for a dialogue. But in a statement, the Russian Defense Ministry claims that Ukraine rejected the negotiation process, after which Moscow ordered to broaden its offensive from all directions.
После заявлений киевского режима о готовности к переговорам, активные боевые действия на основных направлениях операции были приостановлены. После того, как украинская сторона отказалась от переговорного процесса, сегодня всем подразделениям был отдан приказ о развитии наступления на всех направлениях в соответствии с планом проведения операции.
Now, in the latest statement by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he said that presidents of Azerbaijan and Turkey have organized for talks with Russia. And he also said that Kiev is ready for the talks.
І президент Ердоган запропонували організувати переговори з Росією. Це можна тільки привітати.
Meanwhile, in the far east of Ukraine, in the Donetsk region, parts of which are controlled by the Russian-backed separatists, tensions, remember, started from here. Russia recognized Donetsk and Luhansk as independent republics, and there's been fierce fighting between the national troops and the rebel leaders. Fresh shelling has also taken place, damaging many buildings. At the moment, it is not clear as to how many fell victim to the latest clashes. Experts say that Russian troops have been met with unexpected resistance in the last 3 days. In 2019, Volodymyr Zelensky was a comedian with very little political history. 3 years later, he is a wartime president heading Ukraine's defense against an aggressive nation, listening to the unlikely war leader.
It's a burning car.
Маємо боротися стільки, скільки потрібно, щоб звільнити нашу країну. Якщо діти вже народжуються в укриттях, навіть коли тривають постійно обстріли, то у ворога немає жодного шансу у цій, безперечно, народній війні.
Meanwhile, Russia has closed its airspace to flights operated by carriers from Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia and Slovenia. This comes as a bit of a tit-for-tat measure at a time when the country is, of course, invading into Ukraine. Britain has banned Russian flagship carrier Aeroflot from flying into its airspace. And Austria's national carrier, the Austrian Airlines, has also announced cancellation of flights to Russia for at least the next 7 days. Meanwhile, Bulgaria, Poland, the Czech Republic, the Baltics, Germany and Slovenia have also closed their airspace to Russian carriers. And the step comes in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The German airline Lufthansa has said that it is halting flights to Russia and will also stop flying over the country for the next 7 days. The Ukrainian airspace has been closed to all civilian aircrafts, and the Eastern European countries are now monitoring their airspace carefully.
Hey, Bender, thank you for the prime sub.
Moldova,
you as well.
southwest of
Appreciate
Ukraine,
that, guys.
etc., has also banned commercial flights, while Belarus has said that civilian
Any
planes
updates, guys?
can no longer fly over parts of its territory. Now, the map that will be coming up on your screen shows the
Evening,
total
Drew. What's up,
blackout of
brother?
the Ukrainian airspace after a number of countries issued guidelines prohibiting their airlines from flying over the Ukrainian airspace. Meanwhile, the United Nations Civil Aviation Body has also condemned the violation of Ukraine's airspace after the Russian invasion. In a statement, the body has said that the invasion violates Article 1 of the Chicago Convention, which established...
Hold on. Blank space. No, I wasn't. I was moving furniture for her. Okay, so I need to put some mods in over on the Telegram chat room. Do we have some assholes over there that need to get banned? Our dry needs to be banned. Who was dry? Is he being an idiot? Absolutely, Raven. Who is dry? Is he violating any of the rules? Can somebody tag me in one of his comments, please? So I don't have to search for this guy. Can somebody tag me in the Telegram where he posted something stupid or he was shit posting? If that's the case, then yeah, he's violating the rules. The rules are simple too. We have very simple rules. Here is the Telegram chat channel for those that want to join it, by the way. Here's the link. He's banned. Oh, somebody banned them? Oh, okay. Alright. I guess it was somebody in the Telegram chat being an ass. We're trying our best to make sure that you know, it's a good. Oh, you already banned. Oh, thank you, Baron. We just want to make sure we have a good chat room over there that has good discussions. Yeah. Blank space, John Burke. They should send you out and fight the Russians. Why? It's not my fight. Ooh, I was over there, John. I tried to send you a link. They were saying fuck off and stuff. Blue Flame, you were over there. Why do you care what trolls think? How have you followed me this long and don't know what I do? You know I use those trolls purely for entertainment purposes, right? It gets people laughing. It gets them fired up. It makes people laugh. Do you think I really give a fuck about these trolls? It's fun to me. Christina Elliott. Hold on. Raka, yeah. Feel ya. You're gonna like the Delta 9, man. You would like them. Blank space, don't ever underestimate the enemy, man. Don't ever underestimate the enemy. We're trying to do our best to make sure Telegram stays. And I'm not looking to go ban happy. I don't want that. I just want it to be a good place to have good conversation, that you can actually have intelligent conversation. That's all I really want. So, Brunstad, yeah, you're gonna have people doing that. It's just they want to go fight. They want to go to combat. It's, yeah. Here is the link to Telegram chat. I'm trying to find some. Can you explain what makes dark matter so strong, real quick? It's more potent. It's 3,500 milligrams of Delta 8, so you're getting roughly 100 milligrams per dose. It's just more milligrams. So yeah. Ben Snyder, for the most part, yeah, that's how people are gonna be. Like, here's the thing: I don't go after anybody. Have I went after anybody in this chat that didn't come after me first? I mean, I don't know. Why use Telegram? It's Russian, but they don't censor people, not to the extent that Facebook and Instagram do. Why use? I mean, you know, your iPhones are assembled in China, right? I mean, if that's the stance you're gonna take, then don't ever use majority of the technology, your car, your phone, things such as that. It's all manufactured and produced in other countries. So the vape's pretty strong. Yes, the vape is pretty strong. But all right. Who can I mod in the Telegram chat that's there a lot that I actually trust? My boxers are not made in China because I don't wear boxers, New England. So how do you like that, man? I just want, yeah, man. I seen a link to Ukraine guy saying, post it in the Telegram chat, Blue Flame, and I'll mod you over there. If you'll post it, I'm looking at Telegram chat right now. If you'll post it over there, I'll make you a mod as well, please. Playing YMCA at CPAC? No fucking way. No fucking way. First time on Twitch. Welcome. Welcome, Wim. All right, let's keep going.
The ICAO, as well as the rules of airspace rights and air travel and security. Now, the International Civil Aviation Organization Council has about 36 member states. The council has urged Russia to cease its unlawful activities to ensure the safety and security of civil aviation in all affected areas. It's also called upon Russia to respect its obligations under international air laws.
Damn right I do,
The ICAO is not a global regulator and does not have the power to impose sanctions. Now, it is a forum for states to set international aviation standards. Meanwhile, countries are using alternate routes via neighbouring nations to evacuate their stranded citizens. An Air India aircraft which departed from Mumbai for the Romanian capital Bucharest is bringing back Indian citizens who've been stranded in Ukraine.
You are in the last leg of the journey back home.
Now, Russia's invasion into Ukraine has, of course, divided the world. The United States and its allies in the West have tried to project a united front against Russian aggression. But what is interesting is that Russia has also mustered its allies. So let's take a look as to who has backed the war and who has condemned it and who has remained neutral during Europe's worst crisis since the end of the Second World War.
I think they're refreed.
So let's start with what unfolded at the UNSC.
They're just redoing the same video and over again. All right, looking at what's going on right now, I'm not seeing any updates as far as the fighting goes. Got the audio going on both of these. I'm not seeing anything there. Worthy one, I'm Crash Talk on TG. If you need more mods, yeah, I do. I'm gonna mod you over there real quick. Don't let it go to your head. Crash stock. Hold on. Trying to figure this out. Crash stock, added you. Crash stock, you're now a mod. Broke down and got Twitch, CTX. It's not that bad, right? We have a good community over here, man. I keep trying to tell people. Thank you, Worthy. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Okay, guys. Let's keep going with this. These are a list of the NATO countries we were talking about before. People were asking me who's in NATO. Here's a list of the countries right here, just so everybody can be familiar with this. Albania, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, France, Germany. Here's the link. Like, if you're interested in seeing who is actually in NATO, here's the link to there. You can check it out. So, yeah. Hey, LMX, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thanks everybody coming over on Twitch, man. It really means a lot. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, guys, I need to go spend some time with the girlfriend. I've kind of been doing this all day. She's been working all day. We've been setting up the house, getting things done. So I appreciate all your love and support. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I don't want to make a promise and then not keep it, but I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow because I kind of want to take a day off before I go back to work on Monday. Start the podcast, readdress a lot of the stuff, update the podcast and stuff. But I sincerely, actually, you know what? Let me see what this is about. Hold on. Is this live or are they just repeating the same thing?
It's a military operation. Media reports saying police have detained at least 105 people at the rally this Saturday. Russia's Interior Ministry, however, has not released the exact number of participants or how many were detained. A few days ago, the Russian government saying that people opposing the war and participating in protests could be prosecuted. Well, France 24's Moscow correspondent Nick Holdsworth.
That's fascism right there, man. That's fascism right there.
It just occurred to me that this place is just in deep denial. And as this is going on, there is a war apparently launched by Putin. This is Putin's war.
Blue Frame, so you're in the chat on Telegram now.
On the pretext of Nazis in Ukraine, drug users in Ukraine. It's just so surreal. It's the lies are so intense, and Russian media can't even use the word war, assault or invasion in any of their reports. They've been forbidden from doing that. There's talk of, there've already been restrictions on Facebook and Twitter. There's talk of them being banned outright because Putin is terrified that the Russian public will understand that this
Lisa, you're
war is
mod.
insane. I think they do, but not in sufficient numbers yet. I was talking to a German chap I bumped into who works at a school here in Moscow, and we were discussing the situation. I
You're
noted
mod,
the
Lisa.
fact
Thank you
that
very much for that help.
historically 3% of a country's population is enough out on the streets to make change. 1789 in Paris, 1848 in cities across Europe, for example, going way back. Well, in Russia, 140 million population, 3% is 5 million. The last time we even had 1 million people on the streets here was the winter of 2010, 2011, the White Ribbon protests. If those young people protests start to grow and 5 million Russians stand up and say, we stand up and be counted, we are not for Putin's war, something may change. But until that, I'm very sad to say that it doesn't look good. And the Russian military is not happy with what's going on, and the lies continue.
I'm going to keep this going. I'm going to keep decorating the.
arming their people purposely to
I'm going to keep
hide
decorating
behind
the
useless
room.
human
I'll
shield.
keep this going, guys. We're on in
Russians
the
don't
stream
want to
yet.
hurt
I'm
civilians,
interested in
but
hearing what
might
they have to
have
say
to
about
soon.
this.
There are reports that the Chechen leader, these have been confirmed now, Ramzan Kadyrov, has sent the North Brigade
I'm still going to keep listening.
into Ukraine. These are 10,000 battle-hardened Islamic extremists who won't have any compunction about shooting men, women or children whom they will see as infidels. This is really a very serious moment, and yet here in Moscow today on a fairly fine, crisp spring day, it feels totally surreal.
Well, other protests have taken place around the world in support of Ukraine. We're right here in Paris on the Place de la République in the French capital. As you can see here, those pictures, quite a few people have attended there with Ukrainian flags, but also in Georgia, which was the target of a Russian invasion in 2008, and also in Taiwan, which is living under the specter of forced reunification by the People's Republic of China. Well, with his country under attack, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been thrust into the role of a national hero. He's refused to leave Kiev despite continued threats to his safety. Well, Monty Francis has a closer look at his rise from a popular comedian and actor to rallying his fellow citizens in a time of war.
Всім доброго ранку.
On Saturday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky walked out into the streets of Kiev as it remained under attack by Russian forces. He debunked Russian claims that he had fled the country.
Listen, I am here. We will not lay down our weapons. We will defend our state, because our weapons are our truth. And the truth is that this is our land.
Zelensky says he is the #1 target of Vladimir Putin. Aware of the danger to his life, he told European leaders on a conference call Friday that it might be the last time they see him alive. U.S. officials have offered to evacuate Zelensky from the country, but in comments reported by Ukraine's embassy in Britain, he refused, saying, "I need ammunition, not a ride." Zelensky is a former comedian and actor who played the role of president in a hit television series before becoming one in real life, elected in a landslide in 2019. As Vladimir Putin justifies his invasion as the denazification of Ukraine, Zelensky, who is Jewish, has pointed out that his grandfather fought against the Nazis in World War II and that he lost family members in the Holocaust. Analysts say that removing Zelensky could offer Vladimir Putin the fastest way to end the war and occupy Ukraine by installing a new leader. But even with his life under threat, President Zelensky remains determined, insisting he's not going anywhere.
Well, let's step away from Ukraine for just a second. Japan's Coast Guard saying North Korea fired what could be a ballistic missile on Sunday. This would be the first test since the nuclear-armed country conducted a record number of launches in January. Well, South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff also reporting that North Korea fired at least one unidentified projectile eastward without elaborating. And now the latest, Ukraine's capital still under control of Volodymyr Zelensky's government. but Russian forces still unrelenting in their assault on the city. The battle continuing this night with Russia ordering an even bigger push of its forces from all directions, but Vladimir Zelensky vowing that, quote, "we will fight for as long as needed to liberate our country." So these pictures there from our reporter on the ground, Abdallah Malkawi, bearing witness to explosions and missile fire. Other key details from the latest fighting before we go. Huge explosions south of Kyiv early Sunday. One of the blasts near the Giuliani airport, and also an oil depot hit about 40 kilometers south of the capital. We'll be back with more updates on the situation in a few minutes.
Прильоти по городу были?
По городу ураган.
Ураган?
Да. А не по лісу? Та ні,
Та туди прямо по дороге.
Сеня, які ваші ідеї?
Макс, тут.
Це така бомба.
Я ему скажу.
Направо поворачиваем?
Нет, за ними.
У нас не пропустят, я думаю. Видите?
Ворон, короче,
It's not for life, as the company, yeah. So
The latest from the ground in Ukraine with these pictures sent to us by our reporters in Kyiv, the capital, the target of an increasingly heavy Russian offensive, still under Ukrainian control. Western powers ramping up coordinated sanctions against Russia once again, this time cutting off Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system, dealing a severe blow to the country's finances and economy. And as always, the humanitarian toll of this conflict already being felt. 150,000 people have left the country, heading for neighboring nations to the west, mostly women and children, since all Ukrainian men of fighting age have been banned from leaving. Those are the latest updates from Ukraine. You're watching France 24. I'm Shah Perigan. At the end of the third day of fighting, at the beginning of the fourth day, Ukraine's capital is still under control of Volodymyr Zelensky's government, but Russian forces still unrelenting in their assault on the city. The battle continuing this night, with Russia ordering an even bigger push of its forces from all directions, while our reporter on the ground, Abdallah Malkawi, bearing witness to explosions and missile fire, as you can see here. Well, other key details from the latest fighting: huge explosions south of Kyiv early Sunday. One of the blasts near the Giuliani airport. Also an oil depot about 40 kilometers south of the capital that's been hit by Russian missiles, setting it ablaze. And Ukraine says Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline in Kharkiv, the country's second largest city. Kyiv residents are currently under curfew, also seeking safety underground while fighting continues, while many others are still attempting to exit the country to the west. James Vecina brings us up to date with the latest, including the fighting in some of the country's other cities.
As darkness falls on the city, Kyiv goes into curfew. The mayor warns that day or night, any civilian on the streets between now and Monday morning will be considered as the enemy, as soldiers try to push back the Russian army. Earlier in the day, these were the scenes at train stations across Ukraine, as people flee to neighbouring countries. The first refugees arrive in Poland and Germany.
Soldiers are everywhere, and people even scared to go outside on the streets because No one knows what can happen.
We currently have 1,300 places available, and we will double this in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We are increasing our staff, bringing in Russian and Ukrainian speakers to meet this challenge.
The Ukrainian president, however, is staying put, turning down the United States offer to help evacuate.
We are resisting successfully, but clashes continue all over the country. We are fighting to protect our lands and the future of our children.
The Russians are currently focusing their attacks on Kyiv in the north and in the northeast in Kharkiv, but have also struck cities across the country. The death toll continues to mount. Officials said as of Saturday morning that 198 Ukrainians have been killed, including 3 children. More than 1,000 people have been injured. And for now, regular citizens are taking up arms and continue to make Molotov cocktails to fight off Russian forces.
Well, while Ukraine presents stiff resistance to Russia on the battleground, Western powers are ramping up sanctions even further against Vladimir Putin's government and providing Ukraine with military aid. The US, UK, Europe, and Canada moving to block Russia's access to the SWIFT international payment system, as well as restrict Russia's central bank's access to international reserves. The measures will be implemented in the coming days. Well, in response, Ukraine's prime minister on Twitter saying he is grateful for the latest round of financial sanctions. James Mulholland.
Working to cripple Vladimir Putin's war machine, a message of unity and determination from the president of the European Commission. Ursula von der Leyen on Saturday confirmed the EU had agreed to blacklist certain Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system.
I will now propose to EU leaders the following measures. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports.
SWIFT is the world's top interbank payment system. A ban on Russian institutions, a move described as a financial nuclear weapon, had met reluctance, notably from Germany, over concerns Moscow could cut off key gas supplies. Somewhat more unexpected, a move targeting the Russian central bank, whose vast foreign reserves are estimated at over $600 billion.
We will stop Putin from using his war chest. We will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank. This will freeze its transactions, and it made it impossible for the central bank to liquidate assets.
The United States, Canada and Britain backed the new sanctions and agreed to further restrictions on Russian oligarchs that would limit their access to financial markets and fast-track citizenship known as golden passports. A key objective of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is to redivide Europe and the West. In the immediate, he appears to have managed just the opposite.
Well, earlier I spoke to France 24 European Affairs editor Kat Nicholson. She told us more about what this latest flurry of sanctions was meant to achieve.
In the words of Ursula von der Leyen, it is about making Russia pay the highest price possible for what it is doing in Ukraine, for the invasion and the suspected war crimes being committed by Russia. She says it's about continuing to impose massive costs on Russia, on the state, on its economy, and further isolating Russia from European financial systems and economies than had been already achieved with earlier EU and international sanctions. So as you said, SWIFT, the one that we've been focusing on, this is the biggest global interbank payment system. It will stop Russia from conducting most of its financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports. We know that Russia is reliant on SWIFT for its oil and gas export transactions, and oil and gas, of course, hugely important to the Russian economy. In terms of the other measures that you mentioned, freezing assets of the Russian central bank, this is another huge measure. It's very rare. It does happen occasionally, but just for an example, the United States up to now has only ever sanctioned the central banks of Iran, Venezuela
and North Korea, three states that have a degree of pariah status around the world. And this is the first time that the central bank of a G20 country has been sanctioned in this way. It could reduce the Bank of Russia's ability to support its currency, the ruble. This is likely to lead to inflation in Russia, leading to cost of living rises that will put a lot of financial harm on ordinary Russians and potentially then pressure on Vladimir Putin to do something about it. In terms of the measures regarding oligarchs, there's been a lot of focus on this as well. Just a few days ago, a British lawmaker read out a list of more than 30 Russian billionaires with assets and business in the United Kingdom, who she said ought to be sanctioned. These ultra-wealthy Russians, very close to Vladimir Putin, many of them, and they certainly have influence on Vladimir Putin. So much of the country's wealth is held in their hands. So one of the intentions of these measures to get those oligarchs to pressure Vladimir Putin to change his course regarding Ukraine.
Well, existing sanctions are being implemented. Case in point, a Russian cargo ship intercepted and impounded by French naval forces in the Channel this Saturday. The ship, called the Baltic Leader, was heading from the French city of Rouen to St. Petersburg and was carrying a shipment of new cars. It was in breach of sanctions imposed because of the invasion.
John's got a helmet. No.
Wow.
I have to lie to them so they don't look at it. Don't say that. Oh, I know. He told me that you guys can hear me, actually. I don't know who Cody Rhodes is.
He's a WWF. He's a wrestler. I look just like him.
You do?
Oh, you've never seen this guy before, then, huh?
I don't know who anyone is. I think we established that.
Yeah, I'm his doppelganger.
Senora Savage. What are they listening to right now?
The news, that right screen there. Updates on Ukraine.
Oh.
And they're hearing you.
We forgot to get allergy medicine. Oh, they said it's muted.
No, it's not. Oh, this is, yeah. You're not.
Oh.
This is Cody Rhodes.
Ew. You do not look like him. You're way hotter.
I think I look like him.
There's like he looks like he could be your brother, but you're way hotter. And he needs to get rid of that hair. No. Hi, everyone. What are your thoughts on the current events taking place right now at this very moment? Oh, man. There's a lot. Don't really want to partake on that. Please give us the news. Mary's, what did you do? What do you mean, what did I do? Do they not want to hear the news? Do they not want to hear the news? Oh, that looks perfect there, babe. Yeah, just make sure it's centered. Maybe a little higher. Yeah. The Pac-Man. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. This is too fast. Babe, I don't know how to turn the volume or do any of this.
Volume for what?
The microphone. Unless, I don't know if they want to hear the news. Do you guys want to watch the news or hear the news? Say yes or no. No news? What was your excuse other than sex with JB? What do you mean? What's my excuse? Somebody said, sir, they want to hear the news, but you have to turn the volume up. What'd you say?
I feel like that should be more
Yeah. No, I won't read you a bedtime story. Wow, they said they'd rather hear me boss you around. How do you turn this up?
Click on this. This little white bar. Slide all the way over to the right. There you go. Now it's all the way out.
Oh, they want you too, John. Who's Marky Mark?
It was a rapper. Mark Wahlberg.
Zero sound. I'm so confused.
There's sound. We're talking about this. This one's turned way down.
What's a Giga Chad?
A lot. It's like very masculine.
Oh, I don't know.
It's like another word for alpha.
Dude, I don't know what shit is. Okay, hold on. How old is everyone in this chat, first of all? Go to bed. What time is it? Oh, it's only 8. Mixed with what? Yes, I'm 31, 17. 12. Hold on, you're lying. You're not 12. If you're 12, log off. Oh my God. 26. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm old. Wait, are you really 15? Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I'm 28 and I don't really watch TV or anything, so I don't know what anything is. Half the time he's talking about shit. I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Something. Hold on. Can I go back to what you said? Let me see. Mary said, what's your favorite exercise other than sex with JV? What the fuck? Honestly, bringing my arm to put food in my mouth. That's it. No, I'm just kidding. I like Stairmaster. It's a different world. No, I'm not 21. I'm 28. We're 10 years apart, me and John. Yes, everyone tells me I look like AOC. Everyone. I get that. Meghan Markle. Rosario Dawson. Yes, I can cook. I actually cook really good. I do not look 18. What the fuck? Angelina Jolie, yeah. Okay. I do not look 19. I appreciate that though. Can you guys even? Yeah. No, I do not. Please stop saying I look like AOC. I do not want to keep fucking hearing that. Oh, fuck you, Pete. Fuck you. Log off then. Take care of our boy. I'm just as mean as John. If not meaner, it just takes a lot. But yeah, you could go fuck yourself. I hope you got off. Oh yeah, I already know I'm exactly like him. Stop fucking saying AOC. All right, Pete. Fuck you, where'd you go? I actually do have big ass teeth. Oh my God. Yeah, it's my dryer. Everyone just keeps oh my God. Can you hear what they're saying? They're all just saying AOC, 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 AOC. Like, hold on, babe, what the fuck? AOC, 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 AOC. This is what I get for making you take a shot and having them spam you. You are really pretty. Thank you. AOC has no soul and demon eyes. I hope I don't look like her then. AOC Burke. Wow. Wow. John Burke has an AOC kink. Meghan Markle. Yep. Get that too. Are you a vet? No, I'm a nurse. I guess you could say that because I work in ER. Yes. Jesus Christ, I'm fucking trying to catch up to this shit. All you fuckers keep talking so fast. Balance the washer. It's because there's rugs in there right now. It's not closed. And you, AOC. You know what? I love you too. How'd you see a video of AOC giving a BJ? That's kind of cool. Was she good at it? Is that really it? Nurse and vet story? I'm actually going to be a nurse practitioner. I'm doing psychiatric mental health NP right now, so. My master's is what I'm doing, so. Everyone's always, oh my God, AOC, AOC, AOC. How to paint like AOC. What if I fucked your husband in front of you? I'm not prepared to make a threat over the internet, so. You would definitely be a blank space. I'm a girl, but he seemed happy. Oh. Oh, I know. Your name's Kim. I would hope you're a girl. Babe, what are you doing?
Talking to Andy.
Oh. I appreciate that, Jennifer. Casey. It's in Messenger. Let me see. Honestly, behavioral health is hard. I worked in a psychiatric psych ward. Why did I say that? Psychiatric mental health locked unit. Sorry. I'm tired. I've been cleaning all day. Yes, I'm part Native American. I'm Russian, Italian, Guatemalan, and Native American. How do they know we went to Hobby Lobby?
My Instagram stories.
How do they know it was Hobby Lobby?
You can tell what Hobby Lobby looks like.
Oh. Oh no, she's part Russian. Fuck, I probably shouldn't have said that. Oh, fuck. I did want to work at the VA, but John told me not to. Yeah. I'm not a spy. We were just having this conversation. I don't think I could ever hurt anyone. I just couldn't, because it would go against my oath, and I just fix people all day, so. I love Hobby Lobby. Oh, this little motherfucker. Babe, this guy called me a bitch.
Who?
Serial killer.
What did he say?
He said, bitch, you're costing the views.
Damn. You're not gonna talk to her like that. Who the fuck you think you are?
Oh, wow. How do I do that? Like that?
Yep.
What a little...
You say that from the protection of your keyboard, but face to face, I'd knock your teeth down your goddamn throat. We both know that.
And this
Remember
guy...
that, you little coward.
And this one said, I'm 100% take your bitch. What? Stop fucking calling me a bitch. See, he's meaner than I am, actually. No, I wouldn't cut his throat. Oh, when you become a nurse, you have to take an oath, basically stating that if the United States ever needed anyone to step in and care for people, basically that you would. In the disaster, and then I had to take like assault training certification, then I had to do my FEMA, if any of you know what that is. And then I have a lot of stuff, critical care. Oh, thank you, Quiet Castle. Yeah, I actually care a lot about my patients. I do really like it. I don't know what the fuck that means. John scared me. Babe, you scared them. Don't violate HIPAA. You only violate HIPAA if you say a freaking name and their birthday. I'm not fucking doing any of that. Oh. COVID proved that our government breaks laws all the time. Yeah, that definitely goes against it. I don't like all the COVID stuff at all. I don't like that they were forcing nurses to do it, doctors to do it. I don't like that there wasn't fucking research on it. Hi. Bro. Yeah, but how are they going to actually... You could say it's a theoretical story, so... Somebody said thank you for your service because you helped with their anxiety and depression. Oh, you little shit. AOC. Just because you spelled it different doesn't mean I don't get it. How did you and John meet? I wonder if anyone in this chat actually knows that story. Does anyone know the story of how me and John met?
Pretty sure they do. We've gone over it before.
I don't know how I can fucking...
Alright.
I don't want to do this anymore. Did you end it?
No, I'm still going. Hop up. Oh, take a
Oh yeah, see people do.
Jesus.
Tinder. Wait, are you going to end it? Because I need to help you move that.
All right, we're going to keep it going, guys. I'll keep this going, but I'll be back in a little while. So just watching what's happening. I'll turn it back up for you guys so you can hear it. Yeah. Seeing what's happening now, all the wreckage and debris. Holy shit. Snowing in certain parts.
Прильоти по городу були? Ураган? Та туди прямо по дорозі.
Alright. Be back in a little bit, guys.
It's not for life, as they talk to me,
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
The latest from the ground in Ukraine with these pictures sent to us by reporters in Kyiv, the capital, the target of an increasingly heavy Russian offensive, but still under Ukrainian control. Western powers ramping up coordinated sanctions against Russia once again, this time cutting off Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system, dealing a severe blow to the country's finances and economy. And as always, the humanitarian toll of this conflict already being felt. 150,000 people have left the country, heading for neighboring nations to the west, mostly women and children, since all Ukrainian men of fighting age have been banned from leaving. Those are the latest updates from Ukraine. You're watching France 24. I'm Charles Pellegrin. At the end of the third day of fighting, at the beginning of the fourth day, Ukraine's capital is still under control of Volodymyr Zelensky's government, but Russian forces still unrelenting in their assault on the city. The battle continuing this night, with Russia ordering an even bigger push of its forces from all directions, while our reporter on the ground, Abdallah Malkawi, bearing witness to explosions and missile fire, as you can see here. Well, other key details from the latest fighting: huge explosions south of Kyiv early Sunday. One of the blasts near the Giuliani airport. Also an oil depot about 40 kilometers south of the capital that's been hit by Russian missiles, setting it ablaze. And Ukraine says Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline in Kharkiv, the country's second largest city. Kyiv residents are currently under curfew, also seeking safety underground while fighting continues, while many others are still attempting to exit the country to the west. James Vecina brings us up to date with the latest, including the fighting in some of the country's other cities.
As darkness falls on the city, Kyiv goes into curfew. The mayor warns that day or night, any civilian on the streets between now and Monday morning will be considered as the enemy, as soldiers try to push back the Russian army. Earlier in the day, these were the scenes at train stations across Ukraine, as people flee to neighbouring countries. The first refugees arrive in Poland and Germany.
Soldiers are everywhere. and people even scared to go outside on the streets because no one knows what can happen.
We currently have 1,300 places available, and we will double this in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We are increasing our staff, bringing in Russian and Ukrainian speakers to meet this challenge.
The Ukrainian president, however, is staying put, turning down the United States offer to help evacuate.
We are resisting successfully, but clashes continue all over the country. We are fighting to protect our lands and the future of our children.
The Russians are currently focusing their attacks on Kyiv in the north and in the northeast in Kharkiv, but have also struck cities across the country. The death toll continues to mount. Officials said as of Saturday morning that 198 Ukrainians have been killed, including 3 children. More than 1,000 people have been injured. And for now, regular citizens are taking up arms and continue to make Molotov cocktails to fight off Russian forces.
Well, while Ukraine presents stiff resistance to Russia on the battleground, Western powers are ramping up sanctions even further against Vladimir Putin's government and providing Ukraine with military aid. The US, UK, Europe, and Canada moving to block Russia's access to the SWIFT international payment system, as well as restrict Russia's central bank's access to international reserves. The measures will be implemented in the coming days. Well, in response, Ukraine's prime minister on Twitter saying he is grateful for the latest round of financial sanctions. James Mulholland.
Working to cripple Vladimir Putin's war machine, a message of unity and determination from the president of the European Commission. Ursula von der Leyen on Saturday confirmed the EU had agreed to blacklist certain Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system.
I will now propose to EU leaders the following measures. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports.
SWIFT is the world's top interbank payment system. A ban on Russian institutions, a move described as a financial nuclear weapon, had met reluctance, notably from Germany, over concerns Moscow could cut off key gas supplies. Somewhat more unexpected, a move targeting the Russian central bank, whose vast foreign reserves are estimated at over $600 billion.
We will stop Putin from using his war chest. We will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank. This will freeze its transactions, and it made it impossible for the central bank to liquidate assets.
The United States, Canada and Britain backed the new sanctions and agreed to further restrictions on Russian oligarchs that would limit their access to financial markets and fast-track citizenship known as golden passports. A key objective of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is to redivide Europe and the West. In the immediate, he appears to have managed just the opposite.
Well, earlier I spoke to France 24 European Affairs editor Kat Nicholson. She told us more about what this latest flurry of sanctions was meant to achieve.
In the words of Ursula von der Leyen, it is about making Russia pay the highest price possible for what it is doing in Ukraine, for the invasion and the suspected war crimes being committed by Russia. She says it's about continuing to impose massive costs on Russia, on the state, on its economy, and further isolating Russia from European financial systems and economies than had been already achieved with earlier EU and international sanctions. So as you said, SWIFT, the one that we've been focusing on, this is the biggest global interbank payment system. It will stop Russia from conducting most of its financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports. We know that Russia is reliant on SWIFT for its oil and gas export transactions, and oil and gas, of course, hugely important to the Russian economy. In terms of the other measures that you mentioned, freezing assets of the Russian central bank, this is another huge measure. It's very rare. It does happen occasionally, but just for an example, the United States up to now has only ever sanctioned the central banks of Iran, Venezuela, and North Korea, 3 states that have a degree of pariah status around the world. And this is the first time that the central bank of a G20 country has been sanctioned in this way. It could reduce the Bank of Russia's ability to support its currency, the ruble. This is likely to lead to inflation in Russia, leading to cost of living rises that will put a lot of financial harm on ordinary Russians and potentially then pressure on Vladimir Putin to do something about it. In terms of the measures regarding oligarchs, there's been a lot of focus on this as well. Just a few days ago, a British lawmaker read out a list of more than 30 Russian billionaires with assets and business in the United Kingdom, who she said ought to be sanctioned. These ultra-wealthy Russians, very close to Vladimir Putin, many of them, and they certainly have influence on Vladimir Putin. So much of the country's wealth is held in their hands. So one of the intentions of these measures to get those oligarchs to pressure Vladimir Putin to change his course regarding Ukraine.
Well, existing sanctions are being implemented. Case in point, a Russian cargo ship intercepted and impounded by French naval forces in the Channel this Saturday. The ship, called the Baltic Leader, was heading from the French city of Rouen to St. Petersburg and was carrying a shipment of new cars. It was in breach of sanctions imposed because of the invasion, as it's owned by one of the Russian banks that's been sanctioned. Well, this is part of a coordinated response from Western powers, and the Biden administration is obviously a big part of that. One U.S. official saying that Russia's central bank is now unable to support its own currency. The U.S. says Russia is now a global economic and financial pariah. France 24's Ketevan Gorgistani, our correspondent in Washington, D.C., has more from the White House.
Can't do transactions in dollars.
We were briefed by a senior administration official earlier after that announcement came out, and that official really detailed specifically how these sanctions would be working. They started with, of course, the removal of these institutions from the SWIFT banking system, saying that that would harm their ability to do business globally, and then focusing on the sanctions on the Russian central bank. Basically saying that that was meant to prevent the Russian central bank from sort of getting around and protecting the Russian economy from the impact of the sanctions on removing those institutions from SWIFT. They also mentioned the fact that they were going to prevent those golden passports, preventing those Russian oligarchs close to the Russian government, those sanctions officials from using possibly citizenship from other countries to sort of bypass those sanctions. Again, trying to work in coordination to avoid any loopholes that the Russian economy or Russian officials could try to use to get around. That official saying that there would be a task force that would be created starting next week to sort of identify and freeze the assets of those officials. He said yachts, mansions, fancy cars, money, ability to send their kids to fancy colleges around the world. All of that will be targeted by that task force. One last thing that official talked about was the question of whether the energy sector will be involved in these sanctions, possibly. Of course, the fact that there could be payments through SWIFT made in that energy sector. The official said that they hadn't really determined how they would work it out. Either they will set aside energy payments when they remove those those institutions from SWIFT, or they would focus to try to figure out which institutions do business on energy and try to avoid sanctioning those sectors. So there will be some sort of carve out for the energy sector. But other than that, that official said that Russia and the Russian economy would be feeling the pain very, very soon, maybe immediately, at least on the markets.
Well, Ukrainians across the country are mobilizing for the war effort and also calling on Europe and the U.S. to provide as much support as possible. But France 24's Ukraine correspondent Gulliver Cragg is in the town of Kalinivka in central Ukraine. He met with some of those people trying to help in any way they can.
In Kalinivka, in central Ukraine, around 3 hours' drive southwest of Kiev in normal time, these volunteers are preparing nets for the army. They're also sending food that's been provided by local people. There are mostly women here because the men are already being deployed.
They're all serving. Even my dad went to enlist. Everyone does what they can. We're the support.
We're doing the things we can do, but if you don't help us, they won't stop at us. They'll attack you.
They will.
We want the West to help because the help has come very late, too late. If they had introduced sanctions right away back in 2014, everything would be different. Putin would not have started this war, and now it's a bit too late. But better late than never.
We can't live under any other country, so we only have the choice between victory or death. I'll go and fight like a samurai, and maybe I'll be killed, but I won't live under Putin. I'll live in a free country.
The reason they chose this exact spot for their work is that in the blue building behind them, there's a bomb shelter, and there has been some shelling even around here.
France 24 also present in Dnipro in the east of the country. Catherine Norris-Trent, our senior reporter, was at a volunteer center where Ukrainian civilians were rushing to make their contribution to the war effort and stop the Russian invasion.
There's a frantic mobilization effort going on here in Dnipro, Ukraine's third city. You can see here in this room hundreds of volunteers rushing to get supplies together and send them to those who are fighting against Russia. So they've got foodstuffs here, medical supplies, clothing, blankets. There are even people in this room who are signing up to fight. You can see that they're adding their names to the lists there to join the volunteer ranks and join the Ukrainian soldiers. You can really feel the energy in this room. People we've spoken to say they feel optimistic. They feel that they can prevent the advance of the Russian army, and they're feeling galvanized and ready to defend their city.
Not everyone is staying put. 150,000 Ukrainians have fled now outside the country, heading for neighboring nations like Poland and Romania. Refugee agencies say up to 4 million people could leave the country because of the conflict. Edwige Wamanisa and Leo McGinn have the story.
A line of cars that stretches for several kilometers. Since the beginning of the Russian invasion, Ukrainians have been fleeing their country en masse. Mostly women and children, the Ukrainian government has banned men between the ages of 18 and 60 from leaving the country. They must stay and face the Russian army.
We're from the Ivano-Frankivsk region. They bombed the airport right away. I immediately took our documents, our belongings, and ran away.
Their destination, Poland, a border country with a large Ukrainian community. But according to Polish authorities, the waiting time at the border can be up to 12 hours.
We are staying here for a long time, maybe 6 or 7 hours already, but it's crazy. It's actually, I don't want to leave my native country, but because of the invaders, I must leave it as fast as possible.
Elsewhere in Romania, authorities counted an influx of almost 20,000 refugees in 2 days.
Normal traffic is around 20 cars a day. Now we have at least 50 to 60 for each terminal. There are lots of people with luggage, with small children, because on the other side, the situation is desperate.
According to the UN, the war could cause the exodus of 5 million people. A meeting on the migration crisis is scheduled for Sunday between the European Union's interior ministers.
Well, one of Ukraine's other neighbors, Hungary, has extended legal protection to Ukrainians running from the fighting, letting them in at all 5 land crossings along the 137-kilometer border between the two countries. Well, often considered an ally of Vladimir Putin, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has pledged his support for all EU sanctions against Russia. He's also reversed his anti-migrant stance.
We're letting everyone in. I've seen people without travel documents, but we're providing them with some. And we're also allowing in those who've arrived from other countries.
Among those leaving the country, foreigners who had made Ukraine their home. Indian students, for instance, who had to leave the country through land borders and then managed to get flights back to India. Some of them were welcomed at the Mumbai airport by Government Minister Piyush Goyal. Earlier, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke with Volodymyr Zelensky over the phone and asked that he make sure Indian citizens are given safe passage back home. Well, let's hear from some of those who recently arrived.
I'm really very happy now that I'm able to come to my hometown and in Mumbai city all the way from Ukraine. It was not just a direct flight coming from Ukraine and all. It was like we had to take by road to Romania border. From Romania we came to the airport and then we came up till here. So the journey was quite interesting. At the same time the thoughts and all were up and down. The last few days over there were a little bit nervousful, like we used to feel what might happen next, or is it going to be all okay. We used to go and buy all the eatables and keep the stock ready so that in case an emergency we will be able to manage ourselves.
I was in Chernihiv city. It is at the western of Ukraine, so it was considered safest, but Ternopil near us got bombed and we were scared if we were the next to be bombed.
Actually, Ukraine is my second home. I have been there for 6 years. This was my last year, so it was a second home to me. So I really wish that I get a chance to again go there to get my degree as well, because we are here without our degrees. So I really hope that we will get there soon.
The events of the past few days causing uproar around the world, including in Russia, with a protest in St. Petersburg against the Kremlin's military operation. Media reports saying police have detained at least 105 people at the rally this Saturday. Russia's Interior Ministry, however, has not released the exact number of participants or how many were detained. A few days ago, the Russian government saying that people who participate in such protests could be prosecuted. Well, France 24's Moscow correspondent Nick Holdsworth has more.
It just occurred to me that this place is just in deep denial. And as this is going on, there is a war apparently launched by Putin. This is Putin's war, on the pretext of Nazis in Ukraine, drug users in Ukraine. It's just so surreal. It's the lies are so intense, and Russian media can't even use the word war, assault or invasion in any of their reports. They've been forbidden from doing that. There's talk of, there've already been restrictions on Facebook and Twitter. There's talk of them being banned outright because Putin is terrified that the Russian public will understand that this war is insane. I think they do, but not in sufficient numbers yet. I was talking to a German chap I bumped into who works at a school here in Moscow, and we were discussing the situation. I noted the fact that historically 3% of a country's population is enough out on the streets to make change. 1789 in Paris, 1848 in cities across Europe, for example, going way back. Well, in Russia, 140 million population, 3% is 5 million. The last time we even had 1 million people on the streets here was the winter of 2010, 2011, the White Ribbon protests. If those young people protests start to grow and 5 million Russians stand up and say, we stand up and be counted, we are not for Putin's war, something may change. But until that, I'm very sad to say that it doesn't look good. And the Russian military is not happy with what's going on, and the lies continue about how the Ukrainians are arming their people purposely to hide behind them, use them as human shields. The Russians don't want to hurt civilians, but they might have to soon. There are reports that the Chechen leader, these have been confirmed now, Ramzan Kadyrov, has sent the North Brigade into Ukraine. These are 10,000 battle-hardened Islamic extremists who won't have any compunction about shooting men, women or children whom they will see as infidels. This is really a very serious moment. And yet here in Moscow today, on a fairly fine but crisp spring day, it feels totally surreal.
Well, other protests have taken place around the world in support of Ukraine. Right here, for instance, in Paris, on the Place de la République, you can see there many Ukrainian flags in support. Also in Georgia, which was the target of a Russian invasion back in 2008, and in Taiwan, which is living under the specter of forced reunification by the People's Republic of China. Well, Japan's Coast Guard, going to other news around the world, taking a step back from Ukraine. Japan's Coast Guard saying North Korea fired what could be a ballistic missile on Sunday. This would be the first test since the nuclear-armed country conducted a record number of launches in January. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff also reporting that North Korea fired at least one unidentified projectile eastward without elaborating. South Korea saying that this is undesirable while the world is trying to resolve the Ukraine crisis. Well, before we leave the latest, Ukraine's capital still under control of Volodymyr Zelensky's government, but Russian forces still unrelenting in their assault on the city and the country. Zelensky vowing that, quote, "We will fight for as long as needed to liberate our country." Well, our reporter on the ground, Abdallah Malkawi, bearing witness to explosions and missile fire, as you can see on these pictures. Other key details from the latest fighting: huge explosions south of Kyiv early Sunday, one of the blasts near the Giuliani airport, and an oil depot about 40 kilometers south of the capital that's been hit by Russian missiles, setting it ablaze. And Ukraine says Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline in Kharkiv, the country's second largest city. The government warning that smoke from the huge explosion could cause, quote, an environmental catastrophe. We'll say stay tuned to France 24. We'll be back in a few minutes with more updates on the situation in Ukraine.
Какая жесть.
Нет, за ними. У нас на Днепра просто рядом. Пусть это тут будет.
Nie, ja pojadę pociągiem. 14.
Nie, ale gdzie pan ma bagaż?
Tak, już jeden. Słuchajcie, panie tutaj mają maskotki dla dzieci. I see. From Odessa.
A dobra, jeden i jeszcze, taki. Dziękuję, do widzenia. Jeszcze żonie dam. No,
proszę jeszcze jeden. Weź sobie, weź.
Pictures sent to us by our reporters in Kyiv, the capital, the target of an increasingly heavy Russian offensive, but still under Ukrainian control. And Western powers ramping up coordinated sanctions against Russia once again, this time cutting off Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system, dealing a severe blow to the country's finances and economy. And as always, the humanitarian toll of this conflict already being felt. 150,000 people have left the country, heading for neighboring nations to the west, mostly women and children, since all Ukrainian men of fighting age have been banned from leaving. But those are the headlines this hour. You're watching France 24, and I'm Charles Pellegrin. At the end of the third day of fighting, at the beginning of day 4, Ukraine's capital is still under control of Volodymyr Zelensky's government, but Russian forces still unrelenting in their assault on the city. The battle continuing this night, with Russia ordering an even bigger push of its forces from all directions. Well, our reporter on the ground, Abdallah Malkawi, bearing witness to explosions and missile fire, as you can see from these pictures. Other key details from the latest fighting: huge explosions south of Kyiv early Sunday, one of the blasts near the Giuliani airport, and an oil depot about 40 kilometers south of the capital that's been hit by Russian missiles, setting it ablaze. As you can see, those pictures of the fire lighting up the night sky sent by the town's mayor on her Facebook page. And in Kharkiv, the country's second largest city, Ukraine says Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline. The government warning that smoke from the huge explosion could cause an environmental catastrophe. Despite the war, Ukraine continues to ship Russian natural gas to Europe. Well, Kyiv residents are currently under curfew, also seeking safety underground while fighting continues, and while many others are still attempting to exit the country to the west. James Messina brings us up to date with the latest.
As darkness falls on the city, Kyiv goes into curfew. The mayor warns that day or night, any civilian on the streets between now and Monday morning will be considered as the enemy, as soldiers try to push back the Russian army. Earlier in the day, these were the scenes at train stations across Ukraine, as people flee to neighbouring countries. The first refugees arrive in Poland and Germany.
Soldiers are everywhere, and people even scared to go outside on the streets because no one knows what can happen.
We currently have 1,300 places available, and we will double this in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We are increasing our staff, bringing in Russian and Ukrainian speakers to meet this challenge.
The Ukrainian president, however, is staying put, turning down the United States offer to help evacuate.
We are resisting successfully, but clashes continue all over the country. We are fighting to protect our lands and the future of our children.
The Russians are currently focusing their attacks on Kyiv in the north and in the northeast in Kharkiv, but have also struck cities across the country. The death toll continues to mount. Officials said as of Saturday morning that 198 Ukrainians have been killed, including 3 children. More than 1,000 people have been injured. And for now, regular citizens are taking up arms and continue to make Molotov cocktails to fight off Russian forces.
Well, while Ukraine presents stiff resistance to Russia on the battleground, Western powers are ramping up sanctions even further against Vladimir Putin's government and providing Ukraine with military aid. The US, UK, Europe, and Canada moving to block Russia's access to the SWIFT international payment system, as well as restrict Russia's central bank's access to international reserves. Well, the measures will be implemented in the coming days. In response, Ukraine's prime minister on Twitter saying he is grateful for the latest round of financial sanctions. James Mulholland.
Working to cripple Vladimir Putin's war machine, a message of unity and determination from the president of the European Commission. Ursula von der Leyen on Saturday confirmed the EU had agreed to blacklist certain Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system.
I will now propose to EU leaders the following measures. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports.
SWIFT is the world's top interbank payment system. A ban on Russian institutions, a move described as a financial nuclear weapon, had met reluctance, notably from Germany, over concerns Moscow could cut off key gas supplies. Somewhat more unexpected, a move targeting the Russian central bank, whose vast foreign reserves are estimated at over $600 billion.
We will stop Putin from using his war chest. We will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank. This will freeze its transactions, and it made it impossible for the central bank to liquidate assets.
The United States, Canada and Britain backed the new sanctions and agreed to further restrictions on Russian oligarchs that would limit their access to financial markets and fast-track citizenship known as golden passports. A key objective of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is to redivide Europe and the West. In the immediate, he appears to have managed just the opposite.
Earlier, I spoke to France 24 European Affairs editor Kat Nicholson. She told us more about what this latest flurry of sanctions was meant to achieve.
In the words of Ursula von der Leyen, it is about making Russia pay the highest price possible for what it is doing in Ukraine, for the invasion and the suspected war crimes being committed by Russia. She says it's about continuing to impose massive costs on Russia, on the state, on its economy, and further isolating Russia from European financial systems and economies than had been already achieved with earlier EU and international sanctions. So as you said, SWIFT, the one that we've been focusing on, this is the biggest global interbank payment system. It will stop Russia from conducting most of its financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports. We know that Russia is reliant on SWIFT for its oil and gas export transactions, and oil and gas, of course, hugely important to the Russian economy. In terms of the other measures that you mentioned, freezing assets of the Russian central bank, this is another huge measure. It's very rare. It does happen occasionally, but just for an example, the United States up to now has only ever sanctioned the central banks of Iran, Venezuela and North Korea, three states that have a degree of pariah status around the world. And this is the first time that the central bank of a G20 country has been sanctioned in this way. It could reduce the Bank of Russia's ability to support its currency, the ruble. This is likely to lead to inflation in Russia, leading to cost of living rises that will put a lot of financial harm on ordinary Russians and potentially then pressure on Vladimir Putin to do something about it. In terms of the measures regarding oligarchs, there's been a lot of focus on this as well. Just a few days ago, a British lawmaker read out a list of more
Do we have any current up-to-date stuff that's going on? I'm getting news of some people wanting to go over to Ukraine and fight themselves. Americans are pushing over there. Interesting take. Interesting take. Thank you, Blue Flame. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She's a good person. I love Mary. She's a good person. I got a new Facebook profile because my other one been like shadow ban hardcore. I think this is here's my new Facebook profile. I'm accepting friend requests because my other one was shadow banned like a motherfucker. So you can like friend request me over there. I'm going through and approving friend requests right now. Does anybody have a link of what's going on as far as up to date shit? Approving friend requests now. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She's a good person. I love her. I'm just really tired, guys. I apologize. I'm so goddamn tired. Yeah, Wolf Girl. Yep, saw that too.
Now a global economic and financial pariah.
Oh yeah, we can push BLM there. Yeah, they won't touch him. Think about it. You murder people, you like fight and kill BLM members. Now you're racist.
From the White House.
We were briefed by a senior administration official earlier after that announcement came out, and that official really detailed specifically how these sanctions would be working.
Trying to approve all friend requests coming through my Facebook.
The removal
Is it taking y'all
of these
there?
institutions from the SWIFT banking system, saying that that would harm their ability to do business globally, and then focusing on the sanctions on the Russian central bank, basically saying that that was meant to prevent the Russian central bank from sort of getting around and protecting the Russian economy from the impact of the sanctions on removing those institutions from SWIFT. They also mentioned the fact that they were going to prevent those golden passports, preventing those Russian oligarchs close to the Russian government, those sanctions officials from using possibly citizenship from other countries to sort of bypass
Blue, that's why I set up a new friend profile.
Trying to work.
Yeah, I think you can only get 5,000 friends on there.
Any loopholes that the Russian economy or Russian officials could try to use to get around. That official saying that there would be a task force that would be created starting next week to sort of identify and freeze the assets of those officials. He said yachts, mansions, fancy cars, money, ability to send their kids to fancy colleges around the world. All of that will be targeted by the
link is saved. It's to my
One last
posting.
thing
Yeah, John, you
that
can.
official talked about was the question of whether the energy sector will be involved in these sanctions. Possibly, of course, the fact that there could be payments through SWIFT made in that energy sector. The official said that they haven't really determined how they would work it out. Either they will set aside energy payments when they remove those banking, those institutions from
James,
SWIFT.
I remember that, the MySpace world, yeah.
Focus to try to figure out which institutions do business on energy and try to avoid sanctioning those sectors. So there will be some sort of carve-out for the energy sector. But other than that, that official said that Russia and the Russian economy would be feeling the pain very, very soon, maybe immediately, at least on the markets.
Ukrainians across the country are mobilizing for the war effort and also calling on Europe and the U.S. to provide as much support as possible. France 24's Ukraine correspondent Gulliver Cragg is in the town of Kalinivka in central Ukraine. He met with some of those people trying to help in any way they can.
In Kalinivka, in central Ukraine, around 3 hours' drive southwest of Kiev in normal time, these volunteers are preparing nets for the army.
Finally came over from YouTube. Welcome, Armar. How you doing, brother?
By local people. There are mostly women here because the men are already being deployed.
They're all serving. Even my dad went to enlist. Everyone does what they can. We're the support.
We're doing the things we can do, but if you don't help us, they won't stop at us. They'll attack you.
They will.
We want the West to help because the help has come very late, too late. If they had introduced sanctions right away back in 2014, everything would be different. Putin would not have started this war, and now it's a bit too late. But better late than never.
We can't live under any other country.
Jacob, I wish I could send them both Delta 8 to help them shell the fuck out. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I'll go and fight like a samurai. Maybe I'll be killed. But I won't live under Putin. I'll live in a free country.
Is it really a free country?
The reason they chose this exact spot for their work is that in the blue building behind them, there's a bomb shelter. And there has been some shelling, even around here.
France 24 also present in Dnipro in the east of the country. Catherine Norris-Trent, our senior reporter, was at a volunteer center where Ukrainian civilians
just approving requests right now on Facebook, guys.
To the war effort and stop the Russian advance.
There's a frantic mobilization effort going on here in Dnipro, Ukraine's third city. You can see here in this room hundreds of volunteers rushing to get supplies together and send them to those who are fighting against Russia. So they've got foodstuffs here, medical supplies, clothing, blankets. There are even people in this room who are signing up to fight. You can see that they're adding their names to the lists there to join the volunteer ranks and join the Ukrainian soldiers. You can really feel the energy in this room. People we've spoken to say they feel optimistic. They feel that they can prevent the advance of the Russian army, and they're feeling galvanized and ready to defend their city.
Nonetheless, 150,000 Ukrainians have now fled the country, heading for neighboring nations like Poland and Romania. Refugee agencies say up to 4 million people could leave the country because of the conflict. Edwige Wamanisa and Leo McGinn have the details.
A line of cars that stretches for several kilometers. Since the beginning of the Russian invasion, Ukrainians have been fleeing their country en masse. Mostly women and children. The Ukrainian government has banned men between the ages of 18 and 60 from leaving the country. They must stay and face the Russian army.
We're from the Ivano-Frankivsk region. They bombed the airport right away. I immediately took our documents, our belongings, and ran away.
Their destination, Poland, a border country with a large Ukrainian community. But according to Polish authorities,
thank you for the bits,
waiting
Blade.
time at the border
Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much.
Hours.
We are staying here for a long time, maybe 6 or 7 hours already, but it's crazy. It's actually, I don't want to leave my native country, but because of the invaders, I must leave it as fast as possible.
Elsewhere in Romania, authorities counted an influx of almost 20,000 refugees in 2 days.
Normal traffic is around 20 cars a day. Now,
I did see a
we have
libertarian
at least
page that said they should not be
50
allowed to
for
ban
each
people from
terminal.
leaving or making people to fight.
There are lots of people with
I don't know how I
luggage,
feel
with
about
small
that.
children, because on the other side, the situation is desperate.
I don't know.
According to the UN, the war could cause the exodus of 5 million people. A meeting on the migration crisis is scheduled for Sunday between the European Union's interior ministers.
One of Ukraine's other neighbors, Hungary, has extended legal protection to Ukrainians running from the country, while letting them in at all 5 land crossings along the 137-kilometer border between the two countries. While often considered an ally of Vladimir Putin, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has pledged his support for all EU sanctions against Russia. He's also reversed his anti-migrant stance.
This guy from Boston, you like you're from Boston? No, man, I'm from Texas, actually.
We're letting everyone in.
I'm from Texas.
I've seen people without travel documents, but we're providing them with some. And we're also allowing in those.
Bryce, I don't think Putin's pushing past Ukraine. I don't.
Well, among those leaving the country, foreigners who'd made Ukraine their home. Indian students, for instance, who had to leave the country through land borders and then managed to get flights back to India. Some of them were welcomed at the Mumbai airport by Government Minister Piyush Goyal. Well, earlier, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke with Volodymyr Zelensky over the phone and asked that he make sure Indian citizens are given safe passage back home. Let's hear from some of those who recently arrived.
I'm really very happy now that I'm able to come to my hometown and in Mumbai city all the way from Ukraine. It was not just a direct flight coming from Ukraine and all. It was like we had to take by road to Romania border. From Romania we came to the airport and then we came up till here. So the journey was quite interesting. At the same time the thoughts and all were up and down. The last few days over there were a little bit nervousful, like we used to feel what might happen next, or is it going to be all okay? We used to go and buy all those eatables and keep the stock ready so that in case an emergency we will be able to manage ourselves.
I was in Chernihiv city. It is at the western of Ukraine.
But they made it out.
It was considered safest, but Ternopil near us got bombed.
Absolutely, yeah, yep.
We were scared if we
Accepting as many as I can right now.
Actually, Ukraine is my second home. I have been there for 6 years. This was my last year, so it was a second home to me. So I really wish that I get a chance to again go there to
Bryce
get
Johnson,
my
it's
degree
hard,
as
Jordan,
well,
it's hard to say right now.
here
Nobody
without
seems
our
to really
degrees.
know.
So I really hope that we will get there soon.
Well, the events of the past few days causing uproar around the world, including in Russia, with a protest in St. Petersburg against the Kremlin's military operation. Media reports saying police have detained at least 105 people at the rally this Saturday. Russia's Interior Ministry, however, has not released the exact number of participants or how many were detained a few days ago.
Thanks for being here, brother.
The Russian government saying that people who participate in such protests could be prosecuted. Well, France 24's Moscow correspondent Nick Holdsworth tells us more.
It just occurred to me that this place is just
Veteran Bailey, no, my other account got banned. Now it's John Burke, 11 Bravo, man.
Apparently,
Joshua Tyler, not yet,
Putin.
dude.
This
not
is
yet.
Putin's war.
Yeah, if you're looking for my Instagram account,
on the
here it
pretext
is.
of Nazis in Ukraine, drug users in Ukraine.
John Burke,
It's just so surreal.
This is the link to my Instagram, guys.
And
My
Russian
verified
media
one
can't
got
even
banned.
use the word war,
There's my Instagram.
assault, or invasion in any of their reports. They've been forbidden from doing
fuck's
that.
calling me?
There's talk of there've already been restrictions on Facebook and Twitter. There's talk of them being banned outright because Putin is terrified that the Russian public will understand that this war is insane. I think they do, but not in sufficient numbers yet. I was talking to a German chap I bumped into who works at a school here in Moscow, and we were discussing the situation. I noted the fact that historically 3% of a country's population is enough out on the streets to make change. 1789 in Paris, 1848 in cities across Europe, for example, going way back. Well, in Russia, 140 million population, 3% is 5 million. The last time we even had 1 million people on the streets here was the winter of 2010, 2011, the White Ribbon protests. If those young people protests start to grow and 5 million Russians stand up and say, we stand up and be counted, we are not for Putin's war, something may change. But until that, I'm very sad to say that it doesn't look
Yeah,
good.
veteran.
And
That's the only one I got, brother. Well, I got the John Ross painting one, too.
What's going on, and the lies continue about how the Ukrainians are arming their people purposely to hide behind them, use them as human shields. The Russians don't want to hurt civilians, but they might have to soon. There are reports that the Chechen leader, these have been confirmed now, Ramzan Kadyrov, has sent the North Brigade into Ukraine. These are 10,000 battle-hardened Islamic extremists who won't have any compunction about shooting men, women or children whom they will see as infidels.
Yep.
This is really a very serious moment.
Yeah, a little knocked over.
Today on a fairly fine but crisp spring day, it feels totally surreal.
Well, other protests have taken place around the world in support of Ukraine. For instance, right here in Paris on the Place de la République in the east of the French capital, as you can see here, but also in Georgia in the Caucasus, which was the target of a Russian invasion in 2008, and also finally in Taiwan, which is living under the specter of forced reunification with the People's Republic of China. The latest from Ukraine, Kyiv still under control of Volodymyr Zelensky's government, but Russian forces still unrelenting in their assaults on the city. Zelensky vowing that, quote, "We will fight for as long as needed to liberate our country." Our reporter on the ground, Abdallah Malkawi, bearing witness to explosions and missile fire in Kyiv. As you can see here, other key details from the latest fighting: huge explosions south of Kyiv early Sunday, an oil depot about 40 kilometers south of the capital that's been hit by Russian missiles, setting it ablaze. And Ukraine says Russian forces also blew up a gas pipeline in Kharkiv, the country's second largest city. State rail service also announcing that
Absolutely,
all
Ward. Appreciate
railway
it, dude.
tracks from Russia
Paint like
to
Putin episode.
Ukraine
Yeah, I need
have
to do
been
that this
blown
week.
up by Ukraine's armed forces. Well, we'll be back in just a few minutes with more headlines, more updates on this ever-evolving situation in Ukraine.
Bryce Stewart, I don't. What up, Andrew? How you doing, man? We're live on Twitch as well over here. Got the Twitch crew fired up and going. Jesus, I have so many friend requests I gotta approve on Facebook. Oh my god. I have thousands to get to.
Це прильоти по городу були? Ураган?
Да. А не по лісу? Та ні,
Та туди прямо по дорозі.
Thousands to get to.
Які ваші ідеї? Тут така бомба.
David, yeah, better footage in the agenda for TVBS. It's a matter of like figuring out what's bullshit and what's not, and it's hard, dude. It's insanely hard. Fox has their spin, CNN has their spin, and all I really want is the damn truth. That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck about political bias. I just want to know what the hell is going on, because quite honestly, I'm kind of fed up with it all. Anyone's following Drano? I stopped following him a while ago. He was a heavy QAnon push. I know Rogan personally. He's a good dude, but I don't think he's a devout constitutionalist. I think he's a Trump loyalist. Him and typical liberal. Don't get me wrong, they're good people, but I just don't agree with a lot of the propaganda they push. Old, I do Big Duke Chew, brother. The Army call you? Hell no. Army's not gonna call me. I'm too old. At the same token, they can't draft me. I've already done my IRR status as well. You know the fog of war? Yeah, dude. It's weird because like seeing it from the outside looking in versus the inside looking out, you know? That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. Rapunzel, I'm glad to see your channel doing well. Yeah, we've grown exponentially. We're getting a lot of new faces, a lot of different opinions, and I love it. For those that don't know, we are bringing back Drunken Debates starting next Saturday. That is coming back. For those that didn't hear it, so Drunken Debates will be returning next Saturday at 6 p.m. CST right here. And for those that don't know what that is, essentially I bring on socialists, communists, Republicans, libertarians, and we have one debate panel and debate current topics, all while having a few drinks. So it should be a good time. I want engaging, insightful commentary. I don't want, or debate discussion. I don't want the fucking SJW types in there, so, yeah. Yeah, Goober, I will be bringing back some of the old panel, yep. I know Rob Noor's in, GSU Gambit's in, BX Bullet's in, Destiny can't make it. I think Empress is going to make it. So, yeah, we got a lot of good people. And we'll be rotating out the panelists as well, just so we get some new blood in there. But I want to establish it with people I know, just to kind of get the cobwebs out and get it working right. So,
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
Zach, we still don't know, man. Still don't know. There we go. Trying to get all these friend requests accepted. I think that was from earlier.
This picture sent to us by reporters in Kyiv, the capital, the target of an increasingly heavy Russian offensive, but still under Ukrainian control. And Western powers ramping up coordinated sanctions against Russia once again, this time cutting off Russian banks from the
right
SWIFT
now, they still have not overtaken Kyiv. It seems like Kyiv is the stronghold that they are not able to actually overtake.
And
forget how many citizens and military are armed in there,
but this
but
conflict already being felt. 150,000 people have left the country, heading for neighboring nations to the west.
I think Putin's going to take them, though, to tell you the truth. I hope he doesn't, but I think he will.
Have been banned from leaving. But those are the headlines this hour. You're watching France 24, and I'm Charles Pellegrin. At the end of the third day of fighting, at the beginning of day 4, Ukraine's capital is still under control of Volodymyr Zelensky's government. The Russian forces still unrelenting in their assault on the city. The battle continuing this night with Russia ordering an even bigger push of its forces from all directions. Well, our reporter on the ground, Abdallah Malkawi, bearing witness to explosions and missile fire, as you can see from these pictures. Other key details from the latest fighting. huge explosions south of Kyiv early Sunday. One of the blasts near the Giuliani airport and an oil depot about 40 kilometers south of the capital that's been hit by Russian missiles, setting it ablaze. As you can see, those pictures of the fire lighting up the night sky sent by the town's mayor on her Facebook page. And in Kharkiv, the country's second largest city, Ukraine says Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline. The government warning that smoke from the huge explosion could cause an environmental catastrophe. Despite the war, Ukraine continues to ship Russian natural gas to Europe. Well, Kyiv residents are currently under curfew, also seeking safety underground while fighting continues, and while many others are still attempting to exit the country to the west. James Messina brings us up to date with the latest.
What up, Will Laredo? How you doing, man?
As darkness falls on the city, Kyiv goes into curfew. The mayor warns that day or night, any civilian on the streets between now and Monday morning will be considered as the enemy, as soldiers try to push back the Russian army. Earlier in the day, these were the scenes at train stations across Ukraine, as people flee to neighbouring countries. The first refugees arrive in Poland and Germany.
Soldiers are everywhere, and people even scared to go outside on the streets because no one knows what can happen.
We currently have 1,300 places available, and we will double this in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We are increasing our staff, bringing in Russian and Ukrainian speakers to meet this challenge.
The Ukrainian president, however, is staying put, turning down the United States' offer to help evacuate.
We are resisting successfully, but clashes continue all over the country. We are fighting to protect our lands and the future of our children.
The Russians are currently focusing their attacks on Kyiv in the north and in the northeast in Kharkiv, but have also struck cities across the country.
Oh, absolutely.
Death toll continues to mount.
Jacob, absolutely.
Officials said
hey,
as of
fat
Saturday
guy, what's
morning
up, dude?
that 198
Bro,
Ukrainians
I had a
have
lot
been killed,
of people hitting me up saying that they really loved your stream and how energized and enthusiastic you are, man. I always love the videos you do, brother. They have me cracking up. Big thank you. Big thank you for all the entertainment you provide, dude. It's hilarious to watch. Like, you were on one last night. You look pretty fucked up. Yeah, bro. You were amazing, though. Your content is just hilarious. You're a grade A entertainer for sure. You have your own vibe about you that I would really love and respect, man. Just a really good, welcoming feeling in your channel, man. If you've not followed Fat Guy Fun Time, I followed him for man. How long have we known each other now? We've been following each other for well over a year, I think.
He is grateful for the latest round of financial sanctions. James
For real, thank you for the 100 bits, man.
Working to cripple
a big thank you for those donated subs, man. I do appreciate that, Fat Guy.
Unity and determination from the President of the European Commission. Ursula von der Leyen on Saturday confirmed the EU had agreed to blacklist certain Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system.
I will now propose to
I wonder how effective these sanctions are actually going to be.
We commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed.
Ravi, it just depends on if Putin or if Biden goes ahead with local stateside drilling, or if he continues to have us dependent on foreign oil. If he continues to have us dependent on foreign oil, we're going to see some serious price increase at the gas pump, like soon, like if not today or tomorrow. It's coming, man. It's coming.
A move described as a financial nuclear weapon had met reluctance, notably from Germany.
Yeah, exactly. Sanctions are like a slap on the wrist, yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't seen sanctions this bad in a while. About as crazy little man from Russia jailed. Let's get. Thank you for the bits, man. I appreciate that. Right now, we're just watching this unfold. I don't think Putin is going to go on as far as he did into Ukraine and then hold at Kiev. I think he's going all the way. I think he's going to throw everything he's got at Kiev.
Canada and Britain backed the new
I really do think so.
And agreed to further restrictions on Russian oligarchs that would limit their access to financial markets and fast-track citizenship known as golden passports. A key objective of Putin's invasion of Ukraine
is to redivide Europe and the West.
How would this have played with Trump? I honestly don't think Putin would have invaded with Trump in presidency because Trump would have basically said, I'm going to fuck you up. I think Trump would have done it without committing U.S. ground forces. He would have done it from the air or something along those lines. But yeah, I definitely don't think Putin would have invaded under Trump.
Price possible.
Yeah, Mike, and Russia doesn't give a fuck about sanctions. But the thing that I do wonder, though, is now they're talking about essentially excluding Russia from all international, everything like international. So I'm wondering if it's going to be way more effective. But I kind of wonder, somebody had asked in the chat before, like, why haven't they just gone full-on embargo? It's like, that's a good point. Like, why not just go fucking all out? All out.
That we've been focusing on.
My power company kept lying to me.
Interbank payment system. It will stop Russia from conducting most of its financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports. We know that Russia is reliant on SWIFT for its oil and gas export transactions.
Not hearing any audio from that.
Of course, hugely important to the Russian economy. In terms of the other measures that you mentioned,
not hearing any audio on that.
Central bank. This is another huge measure. It's very rare. It does happen occasionally, but just for an example, the United States up to now has only ever sanctioned the central banks of Iran, Venezuela, and North Korea, 3 states that have a degree of pariah status around the world. And this is the first time that the central bank of a G20 country has been sanctioned in this way. It could reduce the Bank of Russia's ability to support its currency, the ruble. This is likely to lead to inflation in Russia, leading to cost of living rises that will put a lot of financial harm on ordinary Russians and potentially then pressure on Vladimir Putin to do something about it. In terms of the measures regarding oligarchs, there's been a lot of focus on this as well. Just a few days ago, a British lawmaker read out a list of more than 30 Russian billionaires with assets and business in the United Kingdom who she said ought to be sanctioned. These ultra-wealthy Russians, very close to Vladimir Putin,
Top right-hand tracers,
and they certainly have influence on Vladimir Putin.
You sure?
So much of the country's wealth is held in their hands. So one of the intentions of
Nathan
these
Smith, I'm talking about, well, I mean, they've already friggin' attacked Russian ships. Russia already friggin' attacked a Japanese ship. I don't know, man. I genuinely don't know.
Existing sanctions are being implemented. Case in point, a Russian cargo ship intercepted and impounded by French naval forces in the Channel.
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
The ship, called the Baltic Leader, was heading from the French city of Rouen to St. Petersburg and was carrying a shipment of new cars. It's in breach of sanctions imposed because of the invasion, as it's owned by one of the Russian banks that's been sanctioned. Well, this is part of a coordinated response from Western powers and the Biden administration.
No, I don't think it's going to escalate into a world war. I really don't.
Officials saying that Russia's central bank is now unable to support its own currency. The U.S. says Russia is now a global economic and financial pariah. Well, France 24's Ketevan Gorjestani, our correspondent in Washington, D.C., has more from the White House.
We were briefed by a senior administration
we're still waiting to see the updates of Russia having.
And that official really detailed specifically how these sanctions would be working. They started with, of course, the removal of these institutions from the SWIFT banking system, saying that that would harm their ability to do business globally, and then focusing on the sanctions on the Russian central bank.
Well, I just got stopped on Facebook for accepting any more friend requests because apparently I've abused it, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Protecting the Russian economy from the impact of the sanctions on removing those institutions from SWIFT.
Eric, that's they said he's refusing to do stuff.
Prevent those golden passports, preventing those Russian oligarchs close to the Russian government, those sanctions officials from using possibly citizenship from other countries to sort of bypass those sanctions. Again, trying to work in coordination to avoid any loopholes that the Russian economy or Russian officials could try to use to get
John,
around.
you mind if I trigger you for content?
Saying that that there would be a
I'm not allowed to have
task force
I'm
that will be
fucking tired,
created
dude. I am
starting
just
next
so
week to
fucking
sort of,
tired. This shit takes it out of you, man.
identify and
I don't know how
freeze the
people stream for
assets
like,
of,
we've been
those
going for
officials. He said
4 hours. We did
yachts,
7 hours
mansions,
yesterday,
fancy
like 7
cars,
hours the day
money,
before. Like we've
ability
been
to
going for a
send their
while, man.
kids, to fancy
So everything at
colleges
PMC
around
work?
the
No.
world.
Not
All of
interested.
that will be targeted
Thank
by the
you.
task
I'm tired of
force.
fighting
One
other
last
people's
thing,
wars.
that official talked about was the
Not
question
interested.
of whether the energy sector will be involved in these sanctions, possibly. Of course, the fact that there could be payments through SWIFT made in
Town
that
to
energy
download,
sector. The official said that they hadn't really determined how they would
John
work it
Burke
out.
supports number 3
Either
country,
they
child
will,
porn, Ukraine.
set
How would you
aside
know that?
energy payments,
And then where do I ever said I support Ukraine over Russia?
those institutions from SWIFT.
Dry, you want to know how
They would
stupid you are?
focus to try to
I've
figure
literally
out
been posting
which
all over social media
institutions
about it, but you're
do
not
business
watching.
on
You just want
energy
somebody to
and
go
try
after because you got no
avoid
fucking life,
sanctioning
bro.
those, sectors. So there will be some sort
bye.
of carve out for the
Ban,
energy sector.
moron.
But other than that, that official said that Russia and the Russian economy would be feeling the pain
fucking annoying.
very, very soon, maybe immediately, at least on the market.
I don't think they're going to go after Poland. I really don't.
Ukrainians across the country are mobilizing for the war effort and also calling on Europe and the U.S. to provide as much support as possible.
If he goes after Poland, he is going after a United or a NATO country. I don't think so.
In central Ukraine, he met with some of those people trying to help in any way they can.
In Kalinivka, in central Ukraine, around 3 hours' drive southwest of Kiev in normal time, these volunteers are preparing nets for the army. They're also sending food that's been provided by local people. There are mostly women here because the men are already being deployed.
They're all serving. Even my dad went to enlist. Everyone does what they can. We're the support.
We're doing the things we can do, but if you don't help us, they won't stop at us. They'll attack you. They will.
K-Ben, I need to get to it, man. I honestly need to get to it.
We want the West
We've just
to
been so
help
fucking
because the
busy.
help has come very late, too late. If they had introduced sanctions right away back in 2014, everything would be different. Putin would not have started this war, and now it's a bit too late. But better late than never.
Gold mixer, because when you're opinionated and you have your opinions that go contrary to left and right, you're going to make enemies on both sides, and they're not going to like you. So they're going to accuse you of, dude, I've been accused of all kinds of bullshit that's just ridiculous.
Maybe I'll be killed, but I won't live under Putin. I'll live in a free country.
The reason they chose this exact spot for their work is that in the blue building behind them, there's a bomb shelter. And there has been some shelling, even around here.
France 24 also present in Dnipro in the east of the country. Catherine Norris-Trent, our senior reporter, was at a volunteer center where Ukrainian civilians were rushing
hard
to
to
make
tell.
their contribution to the war effort and stop the Russian advance.
There's a frantic mobilization effort going on here in Dnipro.
Eddie Gomes, I think he wants to add the whole thing. Otherwise, he would have stopped at those 2 towns. He's going all the way to Kiev. He took Crimea. I really think he's going all the way, man. What up, Ben Brulin? How you doing, bro?
Medical supplies, clothing, blankets. There are even people in this room who are signing up to fight. You can see that they're adding their names to the lists there to join the volunteer ranks and join the Ukrainian.
Yep, not yet, Ben. Oddly enough.
People we've spoken to say they feel optimistic.
Modern, thank you for the $3 dono, bro.
Prevent the advance of the Russian army.
What the fuck?
Galvanized and ready to defend them.
Is this real, Maverick? Russia has mobile crematoriums to evaporate dead soldiers, report says. Russia reportedly has mobile crematoriums following its military in Ukraine that could evaporate dead soldiers in order to hide the number of casualties. Telegraph reported that Russian forces have prepared a mobile crematorium for use in any future conflict with Ukraine that has room to evaporate 1 human body at a time, which has been seen trailing Russian forces and is expected to follow any troops into the Ukraine. Wow. Ben Wallace, Britain's defense secretary, called the mobile crematorium chilling and told the Telegraph he believed the use of such a machine could be used by the Kremlin to hide the number of casualties in the current conflict. Wallace noted that Russia received its criticism from its citizens following its first invasion of Ukraine in 2014. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm going to need to see a picture of this, man. Yeah, Buck Swain is like, I need to see a picture on this one. Because the picture they're using is a stock photo. I don't think that's true. I'm going to need to see pictures and stuff for proof, man. I can't go by hearsay. I just can't. That would be like, that's the crimes against humanity, wouldn't it? That's like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it does sound a bit far-fetched. I don't know. Revenik, it's not a dumb statement. And yeah, definitely cyber attacks come into it, but no matter what, you're always going to need boots on the ground. It's yeah. I'd have to, I just don't see that as being true. All right, guys. I'm going to have to end the stream for the night, man. I'm sorry. I'm fucking tired. I am beat. We've been going at this for 4 days straight. And I'm fucking tired, to tell you the truth. I'm really tired. So we're fucking me running. I still got to eat. I still got to eat, man. All right. So I'm actually going to throw you guys over to a really cool channel that I think you're going to love. In fact, I actually know you're going to love it. I know you're going to love it. And you're going to laugh your ass off when you see who I'm rating this channel with. Oh, never mind. They don't accept raids. Disregard. All right. We're going to kick it over to Rob. I think Rob's on a debate panel tonight. Oh, this should be good. I'll be tuning in for this. Rob's in a debate panel, and if you don't know who Rob is, he's going to be coming back to Drunken Debates as well. Rob is a very good debater. He knows his shit. But anyway,